Why, hello and welcome everybody. Also, good morning. If you're here on this video, then that means you signed up for the Act 1 through Act 10 Righteous Fire Chieftain playthrough. Now, I can't actually play on the 3.26 client yet, so we'll be playing on 3.25. Pretty much everything is majority the same though, maybe some nuances here and there, but the general gist of the campaign will pretty much be the same. So before we get started on this run, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to grab the path of building. This is kind of mandatory if you want to understand how to progress. So right here on my website, Pohx.net, you simply come right here, and there's a lot of other resourceful stuff. We're not going to talk about that yet, other than the FAQ. All you have to do is just click this link here. You can also download Path of Building if you don't have it. Then you're simply going to go to import and paste it right there. This is going to grab you the Path of Building. Don't mind all this fluff stuff. It's because POB is currently updating. And from here, we're going to be using the loadout feature so you can navigate not only the passive tree, but the skills and the item progression all at the same time. Now, I'm going to go kind of quick through the campaign, but remember, you can always just pause the video, read the notes, read some of the itemization, and more importantly, since I can't literally be there with you, if you struggle in the campaign and you get stuck, you can always use my FAQ here and search your question. For example, maybe you're struggling with dexterity. Here's a prime example. All right. With that being said, let's close out of the fluff and let's jump right on into the game. So I'm going to start in solo self-found, and we're going to start by creating a witch. Now, the reason we want to make a witch is because we need a mule for our character. It doesn't take very long, I promise. So we're just going to go ahead and make that character. Also, inside the notes section, you're going to find a regex. All you got to do is you need to copy that regex, and we're going to be pasting it into vendors. Now, another unfortunate thing that's happening is, I guess it's unfortunate for me, it's fortunate for you guys. What's going to happen is the regex is going to look a lot longer in the notes section than when I paste. That's because they increase the regex size capacity, which is good. It means you can search for more stuff at once. So one thing I see people make a mistake on, you kind of make a mistake in both ways. It's unfortunate. When you're playing on your witch and you grab your rolling magma, you can level it up one time, but if you level it up more than that, then it's going to exceed the level requirement that your marauder is, which is level 2 when you finish this, and then you're not going to be able to use rolling magma. So there's two ways you can do it. A, don't level rolling magma on witch. B, just level it one time. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Another big focus on this act is you want to make sure you're picking up almost all blue items. You don't have to make like a bunch of trips, but blue items are very, very important. And the reasoning they are very important is because you're going to need transmutation shards on your next character. One other thing you'll notice is my loot filter went off and highlighted this iron ring. I did actually forget to mention that on my website, we do have a built-in loot filter. The loot filter may give some errors. It's because we have to wait for everything to upload as well. All you have to do is click the loot filter on the side here, verify that you're not a robot, and then go ahead and just follow right over here, and then you'll get the loot filter beamed in-game. When it's in-game for you, you're going to find it right here, and you can just refresh if it's not, and you'll see it right here. Okay, so I did a nice clean stash here, so everything is going to be fresh. That way we don't have to worry about any extra items, so let's get into it. Okay, grab the wand. We're just going to sell that. Hold that over there. Just going to vendor you. Step 1, we're going to put the regex in. If anything highlights, maybe you buy it. Depends. It's going to highlight stuff even you don't need. It's kind of hard because there's, you know, millions of items in Path of Exile, so it's very tricky to try to cover everything. So this is a 3-link blue. We don't really want that. We want that on another piece of gear. These are just colors for shield charge for later. And this weapon actually has intelligence, which may or may not be worth grabbing. I'm going to grab it. And the only reason why is you want a little bit of intelligence for your marauder. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to use flame wall, which is going to be very, very important later alongside with your crossblade. Yeah, there we go. So as you can see here, I just dropped the fireball gem out because I prefer to use rolling magma. I think it is a very solid skill. For players who do not like rolling magma, later on you can choose to use holy flame totem and just shoot that through the frost wall or the firewall. Alternatively, you can level with whatever you'd like, but this is how we're going to be leveling, right? I think I'm supposed to go right here. I feel like I'm supposed to go right there. I'm going to turn around. All right. Okay, so I'm going to level up one time on Rolling Magma, and then I'm going to right-click the Arcane Surge. By right-clicking the Arcane Surge, what we're doing is we're making it so we can no longer level up, and it's going to stay down here. I plan on doing this with the Rolling Magma after it pops up one more time. That way it'll stay at level 2, and it will be ready for the Marauder to use.
Time to burn.
Right down here. Now we're going to be entering mudflats. There's a 130% chance you die here. It's okay. The Marauder will be more tanky when we're here. The Witch is very squishy. If you want to have a better time in mudflats, farm this zone a little bit. Get some gear in every single slot. It does make a big difference at low level. And with that, we are pretty much halfway done with the mule character already. Blue packs are worth fighting, but it's not important to fight them on the Witch, as remember, this is only a temporary character. If you want, you know, the highest success chance, just kill every blue pack you come across. If it does say fire and ignite resistant, I would recommend skipping it. Now, the iron rings are highlighting on the filter only because later we're going to need them to turn them into ruby rings when we go Righteous Fire in Act 2. You only need about 2 of them. The more you get, the better, but you really only need 2 of them. Circle it. The Roas do enrage when you click them at the nest, so a lot of times what happens is people panic, they hit the nest, they enrage all the Roas, and then they die. That. I think that's where we're supposed to go, but it may be the 3rd bust, so let's check that, or whatever they're called. We're going to right-click the Rolling Magna now, so that way we do not accidentally click it. Let's see. Is this the 3rd bust? No, that's where we need to go, so I'm guessing the bust is over here. Oh, wait. I already have 3. Just kidding. I'm blind. Cool. So we got our 1, 2, and 3. Getting beat up by Roas. Let's go turn this in. A little bit of skill issue is important, you know. All right, from here we're going to go ahead and go back to town. Now there's 2 important things here. Number 1, put that regex in again. So we're going to come over here, grab Flame Wall, grab Frost Blink, paste that regex in. So right here you can see we now have a 3-link shield, very much worth it.
Farewell.
So I'm just going to take that off, put that on, Rolling Magma with Arcane Surge over there, Frost Blink and Flame Wall, and I'm going to ditch the Fireball. You can choose to ID the Rustic Sash. It's okay, maybe you get like a life roll, it's not a big deal. You want to also check here for Lapis. Now my filter will not, or my regex currently cannot fit Lapis in here, but Lapis has the, Lapis is essentially the intelligence-based amulet, which you really, really want. So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're just going to clear Hailrake, and then we're done. The mule character is coming to an end.
When I'm ready, and not before.
From here on out, your base gameplay is Flame Wall, and then shoot the magma into the Flame Wall. We're going to get a really nice support gem from Hailrake here called Elemental Proliferation. Now, if you take some time to look through the POB, specifically if you look through the skills section of the POB, you'll see a bunch of different gems in there. You'll see we've already acquired Rolling Magma. We're going to grab, or we already have Arcane Surge. We have Flame Wall. We have Frost Blink. We're getting Elemental Proliferation. And if you want to go with the Holy Flame Totem route, you want to grab Holy Flame Totem after this, and you want to grab Summon Phantasm. If you don't care for that, just continue to do what I do here. Grab all the blues every single time. We're going to grab the Life Flask. If you log out to character selection, you're not going to be put in the queue, so understand that as well. Grab our nice Quicksilver, grab the Ellie Prolif, and we're done. So, Driftwood Wand, our 3-link right here, put in the Iron Ring, put in pretty much everything. I'm just going to sort this a little bit. That goes over there. We're going to just slam this currency in here. Very good. And then we're just going to take that Quicksilver, and these are now vendor. We're going to keep this wand. And one other thing to note is if you did level to level 5, or you leveled to 4 on the Hailrake kill, right? You want to make sure that you're also checking this vendor again, because whenever you level, it's going to go ahead and refresh a little bit of its stock. We didn't level, I'm pretty sure, so it doesn't really matter for us, but it's just one nice thing to note. I'm going to just dump these in, and we're good to go. So let's now make our RF Chieftain. Solo self-found, Marauder, Pohx, YouTube, run, 3.26. 3 point. Good enough. All right. And so it begins.
The dead should remember their place.
If you did not find an early intelligence piece like I did, that is okay. You don't need int to use rolling magma, so you can still play along for a little bit. If you get really unlucky, you will find intelligence when you get to versatility. It will just be a bit of a grind till you get there. Once you get there, you're definitely 100% solid. Again, you really want to be looking for that lapis amulet and the early intelligence gear. Just don't like use a sword with intelligence, right? Because then you can't use your caster gems, so that's like kind of one weird thing. You can use them, they're just going to do like very, very little damage, right? Well, like, I guess even a sword would be okay, but like a two-handed weapon, you're not going to hold like a two-handed mallet and use rolling magma, right? Then again, I guess that can't even get it, so it's totally fine. You can't get in on two-handed. I guess a staff you could, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, not a single blue item. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're going to trash this. Save these 2 gems in the weapon. You're going to want them for later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put on the scepter, because the scepter is going to allow me to use some gems later. Now we're going to go ahead and use this Ellie Prolift once we level up a little bit. It is worth identifying this because it could have intelligence, only because of the base. It does not. So I'm just going to swap it. Actually, you know, I might need the blue, so we'll keep it. We're going to grab this wand here for Frost Blink for later. And that is it for now. I guess we grab the rest of our currency. Let's do that. There we go. Okay, get rid of all this. So goodbye. And let me go check and see if there's anything in the vendor. You don't really need any of these early gems on the Marauder. So this is just shield charge colors. It's not super important unless you want to shield charge right away. So we're just going to skip that and move on. Okay, so we have our rolling magma here. We have arcane surge. You don't really want to level the arcane surge, otherwise it's gonna, you can level it like 1 or 2 times. I personally just leave it level 0, and the primary reason is it ends up costing you more mana to trigger the arcane surge, which doesn't feel as good, especially because in the patch you guys are going to be playing on, arcane surge gets buffed. You get like bonus cast speed for having it, which is really, really nice. I'm gonna grab those iron gauntlets. Got a pair of boots here. I always like to identify boots. I know I said to hold on to blue items, but identifying boots is good so you can get movement speed. Did not get movement speed, but they're still better, so we're just going to do that. The reason I decided to use those boots over my current ones is because they have a lot of blues, and we need a lot of blues for our build. Why? Because think of it playing, we're playing like a blue caster. Kind of like a blue-red, but in the beginning of the game, it's primarily blue. There's another scepter. We're going to hold that to the side. I could identify it, but it's unlikely it's going to be better. Yeah, it's not better. That's because we really want to have intelligence here so we can use our level 4 gems. So primary objective, get level 4. I'm also going to click attack without moving. What that's going to do is it's going to make it so when we cast our rolling magma, the character just casts it versus running to the point and then casting it. It's very, very nice. I'd recommend putting attack without moving on. Here's a 3-link wand. We're going to grab that. We might want that later. It's unlikely because we have the shield, but you never know. It's always better to have more than to have less, right? I'm also going to allocate this node. That life and armor, that second node I just took, is very strong. You get some flat armor in the beginning of the game, and you become very tanky against the Roas. Less is more. Sorry, this isn't Charmin Ultra. I'm going to kill this blue pack since we're on our Marauder. Got our level up. Boom. All right, beautiful. So now what we can do is we can hit up our Flame Wall and our Frost Blink, and we can level that Rolling Magma. You want to make sure you're leveling it. Frost Blink is our movement skill of choice early game, and Flame Wall is a great complement to our Rolling Magma. You can also use Elite Pro Lift, and we can pop on our Quicksilver Flask from Hail Rake. Very big level up. What we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to go and actually fight Hail Rake, just like we did on the Witch. So let's go ahead and go to the coast. If you do not have Flame Wall by this point, you might want to just keep continuing on. You can kill him, but you really want Flame Wall for damage. It helps a lot. Like, this is one cast. Take a look. One cast killed that pack. How about here? One cast. Whole pack is dead, right? That's the combo of Flame Wall plus the Pro Lift. It's very good. I would say if you're on a 2-link, I would not run Arcane Surge. You could try it. Arcane Surge will be more single target. The Proliferation will be better for clear, so it's kind of whatever you want at that point. Okay, grab all of our blues here that we're able to grab. Log out to character selection. And then I'm going to go ahead and vendor those blues that I don't need and grab a second Quicksilver. So let's slap that on over there. Vendor, 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 and get rid of all this because we don't need it. Our int weapon is there. Very good. All right, onward. We're going to go ahead and just go here. We don't need the shield charge yet. We're going to want it for later, so I'll just put it there. I'm going to go ahead and just check if there's any int here. Oh, we got Dex and movement speed. Thank you very much, Loot Filter. So that means we can put Flame Wall there. And honestly, this is kind of weird because I don't have another... Oh, I have a blue right here. Perfect. There we go. We're going to vendor you. Did I say Loot Filter? I meant Regex. I don't know what I said there. All right, onward. If players want to go a little faster in the campaign, you can choose to not use a body armor. Not using a body armor gives you a little bit more movement speed. I think it's like 3% to 5% movement speed loss. If you're wearing pure body armor, I really wouldn't worry about it. You know, gear your character up as you see fit.
To kill is to live.
Again, as a reminder for people, you want to make sure you're leveling that Rolling Magma now, so make sure it's not hidden down here. For me, it's just Arcane Surge there. So what we're doing now is we are looking for, we're looking kind of for like a little, is it like a bridge maybe? The bridge is going to signify essentially the next part of the zone. Why did that skinning knife drop? What? That's an issue. Okay, that's an issue with my loot filter. That's from the never sync changes. We're going to have to disable that. I don't know why that does that. So we're going to put a TP here because that's kind of like that bridge I was talking about. That bridge right there means that this way is towards Ledge, and the other way is towards Dweller, which is the next guy we're going to fight after. He is also kind of tough, so we want to make sure we get a little bit more XP before we fight him. Now, I'm just fighting these guys just to get a little bit stronger. You don't have to do this, but again, because RF Chieftain is a little slow in the campaign, you can actually go a bit faster by just getting some early gear. So level up that Flame Wall, level up that Frost Blink. Allocate our points in. Oh, I heard a currency drop. Chancellor. Wink.
Cannot do this yet.
All right, go to the waypoint here. Gonna kill these mobs around it so I don't get hit when we come back. Large life flask. Go back to town. Paste in that regex again. I'm just switching my flasks here. So paste it in. Take a look. Got nothing. Come over here and we're gonna check Nessa. Now we have 2 3-link weapons. What we want to do at this point is we want to look for goat horns. Goat horns are extremely strong. They give us a ton of flat damage in the early game. 2 to 4 is the ideal because 2 to 4 is the top. It rolls, basically you see 1 to 2 and then 3 to 4. So I'm going to grab this one and hold it to the side. And I'm going to just wait and see if we can find another one later. We are now going to go ahead and go to the teleport here, or waypoint, or yeah, teleport, and we're going to go fight Dweller. Now at this point, I would like to have the goat horn on because it provides a lot of damage, but I've gotten unlucky and haven't found a lapis amulet yet. If you got lucky and you found the lapis amulet on your witch, but you couldn't afford it because you didn't have transmutes, you can always just give the item from your marauder, like the currency, to your witch, or put it in your stash, and then you can buy it on the witch, right? That's why it's also nice making a mule, because you get 2 chances at finding the early intelligence gear. That's a dead end there. Oop, stuck. No, this is not a lapis in my inventory. This is a power amulet, which could have intelligence. It has spell damage. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a long fight because we don't have a goat horn, but here we go. Great. Grab all that. Log back in. Okay. I'm going to ID these at hopes we get some intelligence. Do you have any int? No. What about... I thought I got a gold ring. Did I not pick it up? It was just a coral ring. And I think it was a coral ring and I'm just...
So... Yes?
Okay, I'm going to vendor these as they're not going to have int. This, I don't think this helmet can hit int at all, and that one is goodbye, so see you later. We're going to go ahead and just check again, because we did get a level up. So let's peep one more time. Any int? That's a shield with int, but then we don't get a 3-link. That's a tough choice. That is a tough choice.
Farewell.
Let me go ahead and check Nessa. Maybe she's got an amulet for us. She does not. She doesn't like us. Nessa's trying to make the run more difficult. All right, well, what I would like to do here is I would typically use the essence on the goat horn, and then I would go. But the problem is that I can't use the goat horn yet, so we're just going to continue and kind of brute force it. Whenever we level, I guess next level, we get versatility, which gives us a bunch of int, which is really nice. Gives us 20 intelligence. That fixes our issue. Then we can go right to the goat horn. Every helmet type can have int. Is that true? I always get confused because I know some items are restricted to requires base type to roll attribute and some are not. Well, that's good to know. In that case, I should have ID'd the helmet. Yeah, that's kind of confusing. That's a tricky thing to remember. Blue back.
I cannot carry this. My mana is gone.
Why? Get up. So much loot. Okay, this is our big level. I'm gonna grab versatility there. And now we're going to just hit up the goat horn. We hit nothing, but that's okay. And we're just going to slap that on over that. Now we got some more damage. What would be really nice is if we could find a 3-link goat horn or a 3-link like helmet or glove. And then that way we could drop the shield and get more damage. Okay, so this waypoint here, we want to go
Slave,
back.
not a man.
6 life
Slave,
regen. I'll take
not
that.
worthy of death.
Oh, but now I don't have enough blues. Maybe I don't like that, actually. Maybe we got a good blue weapon. Let's see. Let's keep this for now. I'm going to skip everything there. We're going to want faster attacks later. I guess just for the sake of the video, we're going to put on the body armor. It'll make me go a little slower. It's not always a bad thing. Yeah. Okay. Let's ID you. That's pretty good, too. So we're going to get rid of all the stuff from our inventory. I'm going to grab the flame wall, put it on my gloves, swap the gloves, take that, put it on the body, get rid of those, grab my portals, put them down here, and then I'm going to just go to my little currency tab, which is here, and chuck my stuff inside there.
Hello.
Let's check for a lapis amulet. Nope. How about any better goat horns? That's a 2 to 3, so probably not. Okay.
Be well.
I'm going to go ahead and check over here. Do we have anything in the shop? Not really. I'm pretty happy with what we got, so we're just going to go like this. I think we get... Is it combustion here? Hold on. Did I miss it? Yeah. So now we can actually get combustion, which will replace our arcane surge. Combustion is basically unlocking that waypoint that we got to here in prison. This gets us combustion. Combustion is super nice because it does a couple of different things. Number one, it gives you increased chance to ignite, and then it also lowers their fire res when you ignite, which is very big. Up here, if you see this little book, it's most likely the trial. I'm not going to run it right now. Actually, do I need to run it?
In the court.
I'm going to run it just to see. These, you're going to need to do 6 of them before you can do your first lab and ascend to Chieftain. Just to save time in the video, I'm probably going to go ahead and skip these because it gets a little tiring recording like a close to 6-hour video. You got to be careful of the little spikes, but they shouldn't do that much damage to you. The only thing that'll really screw you over here is if you get hit by the spikes up here, because there's almost always a rare skeleton archer right here who will just blast you. Grab that cooler orb. Okay. Yeah, so I already have these done because we're playing in SSF standard because there's no league right now. So I'll be skipping the trials and I'll try to call them out in the zones as we go to them. Oh, look at that. A new body armor. Okay. That new body armor means we could use a second goat horn. I am very much okay with that.
I cannot
Yep.
do this yet.
Yep. Okay. Let's see here. So I'm going to ID this first. Actually, just better than what we have right now. I don't really care, though, because we're definitely going to replace it for a goat horn. So primary goal, I'm just going to teleport back right now. We're at a dead end anyway. Or we're just going to go snag another goat horn instead because it's just more damage. So goat, we have one here. It's a 2 to 3. We're going to grab it. And we are going to replace our links. So put that there. Give me those. And put the goat horn. If you look at the damage, it says 52. And now it's 57. Small increase, but again, we could alch this or we could use... insert whatever on it that we find, and it will be better.
Where we live, we are blessed.
Okay, I'm gonna put that over there, and let's go. Some cat hair on my mouse, unfortunate. Hate when that happens. So what happens now is if we find an essence monster, which is the guys trapped, you'll see him when he pop up, kind of like Dweller. We want to make sure we kill them, and the primary reason is because we can go ahead and upgrade our goat horn with that. And right over here is a little switch. Now the reason I like hitting this is this box here can oftentimes have a lot of quicksilvers. Those quicksilver flasks are very nice because we can deterministically upgrade our boots with them if we find decent boots, which we'll talk about later. There's 2 quicksilvers for us. Thank you. I like to hit the boxes. Be careful. Some of them can freeze you. I'm not sure what level the freeze boxes open up and start spawning, but boxes have very good loot in them. Usually. Brutus. Okay, here we go. Here's Brutus. You'll notice you see me skipping a lot of rares. The reason I skip rares is they just take a little while to kill right now because we're very weak. Focus on the blue packs. Skip the Necromancer blue packs if they cast Enfeeble on you. Enfeeble lowers your damage. Here's actually an Essence Mob. I don't think I ever really see them on the way to Brutus like this, but hey, you know, for the video, sure. Now, this kind of is a really bad guy to fight because not only is it an Essence Mob, but he's Fire and Ignite resistant, and he has extra life. That basically means he's tankier than Brutus himself. So we're actually going to skip that guy. Later on as a Chieftain, you won't have to worry about that. Now, one of the issues that happened here is because I spent a lot of my MP fighting that impossible to kill Essence monster, we're going to have to use a portal on Brutus to get some mana back. And that is okay. We have some bonus portal scrolls.
Your crime is trespass. Your sentence is death.
Brutus has some funny mechanics. So he's got a triple slam he does, so that's 1, 2, and 3, and then he has this hook he does. What you can do is you can try to dodge the triple slam with your Frost Blink. Your Frost Blink can be used to avoid a lot of damage. So here, for example, you can dodge an auto attack. That's like his big slam. You can dodge an auto attack again. So if you watch, dodge the auto just like that. Frost Blink is instant and is very, very good at avoiding mechanics, just like that, for example.
Your spirit is the plaything of the ancestors, slave master.
Okay, there's some chain gloves. 1.8 life regen. Pretty bad. Go ahead and dump everything we have. I'll ID the boots. We'll get rid of everything. Vitality is nice to pick up here, so we're going to pick it up and put it to the side. Get rid of this stuff. I guess the amulet's kind of okay.
Farewell.
I'll enter that too. Sure.
Stay sharp.
I'm going to put the Quicksilvers for later over here. Not that one, that's the wrong tab. One last check. Any Lapis? Wow, still no Lapis. That's kind of crazy.
Take care.
Game does not like us today.
Welcome.
Do one more check here in case we find something good. And we didn't. All right, onward. So we can't use Vitality yet. We need level 10. This place has really nice density. So I pretty much just get like a big pack and then just shoot your rolling magma and they die. Blue pack.
Every death brings me life.
Strength isn't everything, Bruce.
Wait, is it to the right? I guess it's to the... Wait, is it to the left? Because it's opening. It's to the right.
I cannot do this yet.
Don't know why that pops up like that. Never sing. Silly, but we'll change it. Always downhill in that zone. That's good to know. Get it. Oop, for currency drop. Augmentation. Ooh, a yellow goat horn. You have. See, that's weird because these on my filter should definitely highlight, but this is just something with the filter again. We have to redo it. Whenever there's a big update, there's always a lot of stuff to redo, unfortunately. Spell damage and fire damage. I mean, that is just better than that. Replace.
Is this your land I walk upon?
Okay. Put that point over there. We have a bonus skill point in this zone, and we can now run our vitality. If you end up finding the zone, you want to put a portal at it if you want to save a little bit of time. So, for example, we found it right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to just drop a TP right there. And we're going to go ahead and move on because we want to look for the next zone. And then we can do something sneaky to get back there. Kind of like if you remember what we did at Ledge, it's very similar to that process. I'm guessing it's going to be over here then, so let's do. Now that I think about it, I should have kept those old shields that we had, but that's okay. The 3-link ones, they were nice. Nice for going shield charge. Grab the portal scroll. Okay. Go ahead and go to the ship graveyard like this. Go ahead and enable Twitch chat for you guys too. You guys can see what's happening while we're doing this. So weird, I keep getting these like random nanosecond lag spikes now. I don't know what happened. IDing items, opening a box, it's like a split-second lag spike. Curious if it's my PC, if it's been happening to everyone. Okay, you don't actually need to fight this person. You just want to grab the all flame here. You can leave.
Please understand, as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard times. Sure.
This is the proliferation, by the way. This is what comes from the elemental prolif gem. And this is actually the same mechanic we chase later in the game when we want to make our ascendancy apply big ignites.
I cannot carry this.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go back to town. Check for a Lapis amulet for the 330th time. Still no Lapis. I can see it in there. Game hates us. All right, we're just going to do a quick little vendor spree here. I don't really care too much for this gear. Goodbye. See you later. And we're going to use the medium mana, although I don't really like that it's... I don't like this modifier for it.
Yes?
Feels a lot less in general, so we're just going to take... Oh, and that's a bubble. That's a seething. What is the chances of that? 2 seethings? Okay. Well, we'll just go ahead and skip that. Let's go check over here.
Still alive, are we?
All right.
Farewell.
To Mervale it is. With some very poopy gear, but that's okay. It is a cursed run. I don't think I've ever had this bad of RNG in terms of like the Lapis. The movement speed boots were nice. The weird color goat horns are not nice. Like there's not even a blue on those. What the heck is that? I feel like this just cannot be the right way, right? Maybe it is. Well, just kidding. Maybe it is. There it is. I can't jump there. Unlucky. Those are shield charge colors for the helmet. I am most definitely keeping that. Agreed. I'm just gonna kill her because she's already almost dead. Oh. Big blue pack and a mono flask. Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna grab those for the blues for later. Where are you? Are you shitting me? How? It's the same. How? Usually you don't encounter 3 seething mana flasks in a row. I'm very tempted to just use an alteration, but I'm very stubborn, so... This is just stuff I never really see happen. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Merveil does a lot of damage, so by the time you get to this point, you know how we've been going back to the vendor every time and searching with the regex? Well, if you happen to find sapphire rings, they provide a lot of cold res. I personally don't really care too much for them because the attack is very easy to dodge. The only time it should ever really potentially kill you is if you get caught out of position and get frozen. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to clean out my inventory here before we go to her next phase and she drops her loot, and I'm keeping that helmet. Now, I also would like to have a mana flask that actually heals MP. Okay, that removes some of my life, and that's okay too. So we're going to go ahead and do that. You can see there, it did about half my life when I took the full barrage. Still not nearly enough to kill me. As long as you kind of just move around on these fights, you're usually okay. I like to typically do the, like, either clockwise or counterclockwise kiting, and you just try to keep hitting within the flame wall. There's also, if you aim it correctly, you can get this double hit with the rolling magma, but it's a little tricky to use, and oftentimes I see players just getting frustrated with it, so I wouldn't really worry too much about the double hit. You just mainly worry about keeping up that flame wall and just killing the boss, and you're good.
Your curse is over, Siren.
Right. We're gonna just ID that flask right there. DB immune, very nice. CB immune is corrupted blood immunity. Holy Flame Totem Squad. Yep, that's in the POB too. You can use it. I personally think that players should just play what they want. And if they want the best success, they should learn to use Rolling Magma for just the small amount of time that we use it. But ultimately, you should play and do whatever it is that you want to do. You can use both of them, sure. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. Keep that. Vendor, 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 vendor. ID. Okay. We're going to save that one. That's nice. Yeah. We're going to put that right there and save it. Okay. Now, this is for shield charge, but we don't have a shield yet. I want a shield. I really do want a shield. We just don't have one yet. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're just going to peek. And this is a nice shield. Why? It's just because it has 3 sockets and they're linked. So I'm going to grab this shield for later. We're going to put the shield right there and we'll come back to that. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to check the vendor and see if there's a lapis. Knowing my luck, there's no lapis amulet. Why? Well, I couldn't really tell you that, unfortunately, but there's no lapis. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to... There's actually a 3-link goat horn here. It's only 1 wisdom, so I'm going to buy it for now. Not going to do anything with it. I'm just going to hold it. I'm also going to go back and check and see if there's a lapis at this shop here. This game really doesn't like me. It's kind of wild. I don't think I've ever been this unlucky.
Yes?
So I'm going to just grab myself a jade amulet here for later. How many transmutes? We still have 4. Okay. So a little low on the transmutes because I've been buying stuff. You want to stock up as many transmutes as you can for our inevitable RF swap. Now, when you get to Act 2, there's a couple of different ways to traverse it. I personally prefer to run right first. So if you look on the map here, we're going in this direction. Primary reason for this is I want to go grab Righteous Fire, to be honest with you. So we're going to go ahead and aim towards that. I don't know what's going to happen soon because usually I don't get hit with this intelligence scenario like ever. I don't think there's ever been a run where I got to Act 2 without a lapis. So this may get a little weird and I have an idea to fix it and it's crafting intelligence later. But for now, we're just going to continue and see what happens.
I cannot do this yet.
Why don't you collect rewards? A lot of the rewards I don't care about. They get phased out very early, so I ignore them. Alright, so we're gonna run north from the waypoint here. You know, Starforge, I think my sponsor ended a while ago, but I don't mind the advertisement. I like the PCs a lot. We can talk about that after, though, because I'm in the middle of a YouTube run. Okay. I thought we re-signed you. No, I'm just a good sport and just kind of sat there with free promotion. I'm lazy.
The ancestors watch over.
100% sure we did. What? I didn't do anything. What do you mean? We'll talk about it after. I'm in the middle of a YouTube run, so. Okay, so one thing we want to do here, right? What we want to go ahead and do here is when you find the waypoint, right? You know that the waypoint for Chamber of Sins takes you to the next zone. So if you see here, this direction and this way here, this right here means that that's where the waypoint is, right? So let's double check. The spot that the waypoint is closest to is where the next zone is, right? Okay. Let's go ahead and move through. Now in this zone there is a trial. So I'm going to be skipping it if I find it, but this is the trial is basically one of the things we were talking about where you're going to need to do it to ascend. You can do it at any point in time. You don't have to do it right now, but what I would recommend you do is you want to make sure that you grab this waypoint at the very least, because by grabbing this waypoint, the one we got before, the one we talked about, if you, in case you miss the trial, right, you can just take the teleport, go down the stairs, and then you can find it over here.
On a side note, for anyone interested in a high-powered PC, I myself am using a Starforge PC. You can find it in the YouTube description. Play through Path of Exile with flawless performance. Juice your maps, race players in the campaign. Ultimately, you'll never lag. Exclamation mark Starforge in the chat to learn more.
So anyway, as we were talking about it, what we're doing now is we're looking for Fiddleitis. Fiddleitis is basically going to be a boss in the zone. I'm hitting literally every single dead end. This is the trial, so that's the one we were talking about before. You can typically tell when there's a trial because of the lore book. Not always. You can't always tell. Like it's not a 100% guarantee surefire way, but usually the way that the lore is the spot. Over here, you'll notice there's like a little bit of a right angle, and then you have this long strip. When you find the long strip with nothing in it, it means you're going to go fight the Fiddleitis boss soon. And guess what? He grants us Righteous Fire, also known as
Righteous Fire.
All right, let's go ahead and kill him. This guy does a lot of lightning damage, but you can probably just tank him, to be honest. It's not like he does that much damage, so. Why are you bully? Don't worry, our damage goes up very soon. Soon we get a lot of damage. Okay, let's go ahead and vendor those blue items. So here you get some nice choices. I like Herald of Thunder. Herald of Thunder just gives us some extra damage on our rolling magma. So I'm going to get rid of this stuff. ID the boots. Don't care about it, so see you later. I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here again. See if we have anything. We do not. Surely there's a lapis amulet. Game suck. We're gonna go just here's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna go ahead and buy our Righteous Fire gem. After we turn it in at Silk here, you can actually purchase Righteous Fire right here. So we're gonna secure that gem, and what we're gonna go ahead and do now is we're gonna get a few more levels. So we're gonna go back to the Crossroads teleport, and we're gonna run east. The reasoning for running east is they changed the quests a little bit ago to make it so that over here we get a bonus skill point. So we're going to go ahead and do this.
I cannot do this yet.
On a side note, for players who don't like clicking a lot, you can actually just hold down Frostblink, By holding down Frostblink, it'll just teleport you once you're able to. You don't have to, like, actually spam it. I'm going to hit this box. Always move away from boxes. It's a good habit because of things like Detonate Dead, like you can see here. And now we're actually hitting intelligence requirements. This is wild. This has never happened to me. So we're going to do one more check here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and we're going to run over to the waypoint, which we can find in this zone right here after Fell Shrine. At that waypoint, we're going to do the infamous, does Lapis Amulet exist here? And I got a quick contact by...
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games.
They told me that it's actually in the Act 1 shop now. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go buy it from the Act 1 shop really fast. Okay, so let's go to Act 1 really quickly. Let's go pick up our Lapis Amulet that's available here. Thank you very much, Chris. I appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and put on the Lapis Amulet, and now we're going to go to our hideout. So, now that we're in the hideout, you want to type in Fire Resistance, and we're going to be crafting with this Fire Res mod. If you don't have a hideout because you're a brand new player, you may have to go a little bit further into the game. I unfortunately don't fully remember exactly where it's unlocked. I've been on the same account for like 10 years, so it's a little tricky there. One thing to note though, we basically want to dump all of our transmutes. So we only have 3 right now. So we're going to go Fire Res. And then we're going to do Fire Res on 2 rings. So do you remember at the beginning of the game when we had the Marauder weapon and I said keep a hold of those 2 gems? If you got rid of them, it's okay. What you can do instead is you can just go ahead and buy them for one wisdom in any vendor. But if you do this recipe, you can get 2 ruby rings guaranteed. By using these 2 ruby rings, we're also going to craft Fire Res on the ruby rings. So let's do our baby Fire Res craft here and the baby Fire Res craft here. Now we are out of transmutes and we have currently a total of 103 Fire Res. I personally recommend at least like around 120 Fire Res to sustain. I can probably sustain it like this. We'll have to go ahead and check. So what we're going to do now is take the Righteous Fire Gem and we're going to plug it in. Well, ideally something actually had blues, but we didn't get lucky today. So let's replace this one. Put this over here. Grab the shield charge. Put the Righteous Fire on. Grab the Herald of Thunder. And turn on the Vitality. And now we should be almost good to go. Because we still need to get this Fire Mastery. So we're 2 levels away from it. The Fire Mastery that I am referring to is going to be the one that says regenerate 1 life per second for each 1% uncapped resistance. We are level 16, so that means by level 18, we are running Righteous Fire. Actually, even level 17, because this quest we're doing is going to give us a skill point. What's really nice about this craft for fire resistance is it's a deterministic way to acquire life regen that's not... There's no RNG variable, or you cannot get unlucky here, right? You just simply pick up the blue items, you vendor them like I have, you get transmutation shards. When you get enough shards, you get a full transmutation orb. You use the orb to guarantee 16 to 20 fire res. You rinse and repeat this across all of your gear that you can, and then you're running Righteous Fire. No, the rings don't need to be blue. They can be any quality, I believe. I'm just going to go do this essence right here. If the essence takes too long to kill, I'm going to go ahead and skip it. I'm skipping that. That takes too long. I'm very impatient, as you can tell. I recommend the more mobs you kill, the more success you're basically going to have going through the game, right? I'm just very impatient because I know I have Righteous Fire coming very soon, and I really want to run it. So here is the trial. This is another zone where you're going to want to do the trial so you can actually ascend. You can see that right over there. Where the heck? I guess it's bottom left then, huh? It has to be bottom left. Master of full clearing zones. It's so wild how when I do a run on stream, but I don't do it for YouTube, I go through everything so fast. And then I don't know what happens. I do the YouTube recording and then I just go full question mark. Very strange how that happens. Where are we going? It's also about time we do that shield swap I was talking about. I think we're going to go ahead and do that. Yeah. So here, I'm just going to kill the blue pack. You don't actually have to kill this unique guy over here. You can if you want to. The main thing is you click this and you grab the golden hand. So we'll just do a few more hits on him. Grab some blues. Teleport out. Now the filter will start hiding blue items around this time as well, even a little bit earlier. So it's not a bad idea to just hold Alt and pick up extra blue items. It's my personal preference. I don't like cluttering the whole screen with stuff. So we're going to go ahead and vendor this. Get it out of the way. Come over to Yina. Grab that. Now we're going to go ahead and take that shield I was talking about, which is over here. We're going to grab the shield charge, put the shield charge over there, come back to Act 1. I'm going to redeem my quest rewards now. You could have done this before. It doesn't matter too much. So what we're looking for is we are looking for life tap and faster attacks. If I remember right... Oh, I forgot a skill point from someone. That's funny. I thought one of them had a life tap available. Here we go. Here's faster attacks. So I'm going to grab the faster attacks, put it there. And then I'm just going to snag... a life tap for 1 transmute.
Be well.
Now what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to take Righteous Fire. Put it, I guess, here, I'll just do this. Where's that scepter we found? Because we had a scepter here earlier. This scepter has no blues on it. I currently have 3 chromes. So because this is a good scepter, I'm going to hit it 1 time. We got a blue. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our scepter and our shield. We're going to grab Herald of Thunder. We're going to grab Righteous Fire. We're going to grab Vitality. And now I don't need this stuff anymore at all. So we're going to get rid of it. Clean out the inventory.
Yes? While we live, we are blessed.
Put that in. The Scepter is going to give some LE damage for RF. The +1 gem is only going to affect the Rolling Magma. It's not going to affect anything else. So now we're going to go over to the left-hand side. And now we can officially use Shield Charge. So I'm going to put Shield Charge down here. I'm going to put Attack Without Moving. Actually, I want to switch these. So I like Shield Charge right over here. Frost Blink right there. And then I turn on the auras. And now we are running Righteous Fire. The sustain may be a little wonky on the character because we only have that 103. And like I said, I personally like having a little bit more. But this is working for now, so we are okay. Now, when you have Righteous Fire going, there's a few things you want to note here. Number 1, you get a big spell damage multiplier to your Rolling Magma. Number 2, you have an additional damage skill, which is Righteous Fire. So now you can start tackling the stronger mobs you normally wouldn't, like killing more rares. You can still kill the Fire and Ignite res mobs like I just fought there. I will typically still skip these until our Ascendancy. And for players who have extra regen and want to go a little faster, this is when you want to go ahead and buy a Blood Rage. Blood Rage is a gem you can get in Act 2. Around the same time when we got Righteous Fire, it's going to add a degen to your character, but it's going to make you get Frenzy charges, so you can go faster with your shield charge, and more importantly, you do more damage with them.
I cannot carry this.
Here you can see all the gear dropping. Should have picked up that blue, but I don't really care too much, so we're just going to go ahead and skip it. There is a waypoint over here, so I'm going to go to the waypoint. We're also going to kill the essence mob. Essence mobs are nice because they guarantee that we get an essence from them, and what essences do is they make it so when we use it on an item, it goes straight to rare. So a prime example, we're going to use this essence on our shield. But first, let's go to the waypoint. So here's the waypoint. Go back. We're going to vendor all of our stuff here, so don't want any of this. See you later. Take that essence, remove our shield, slap it on. We didn't really get much. Got a little bit of armor, a little bit of res, so it's okay. Now we're going to go back to where we were, which is right on over here to the Western Forest. Wait, I have 40 dexterity. How does that happen? That just because of... That actually just because of the node? My boots give dex? Ah, the boots give dex. That means we can grab our Blood Rage. Yeah, we're going to grab Blood Rage right there. Perfect. So now you want to find the road. I kind of ran past the road. Okay, here's the road. If you follow the road all the way to the end, there's going to be a guy you fight. His name is, hey, look, a lapis amulet. It makes that on the filter if you find one. You can find this guy. His name is Captain Artery. If you kill him, you take his artery and you turn in for a skill point. One nice way to do this is you turn in Act 1. You could just go to the prisoner's gate right here. Open up that teleport. The teleport will take you to Act 1. Then you can just turn it in right here. And then you can actually just go back to your zone. And then you don't have to worry about jumping to multiple zones, right? Alright, so now what we can do is if you didn't follow the road like me because you were too excited to run Righteous Fire, we're going to follow the road back until it starts to crumble. Once it starts to crumble, we want to follow where the crumble is so we can fight the bandit known as Alira. So right here, you see the crumbling? Now you got to follow this. I'm going to be honest, I think I'm legally blind because I can never really see it. Just keep on following it. Eventually, it's going to take you to a circle area. I lost it again. I'm blind. We're just going to run in this general direction. Okay, here it is. So here is Alira. We're going to kill her. We don't want to help her. A lot of builds will recommend helping Alira. RF is different from these other builds. We get so much built-in resistance. We don't need to help Alira. It doesn't help us at all. So kill Alira. Grab her amulet. Now, if you fought Alira on the left side, so here's the zone, we went through the road, we went left, you now want to go to the right side, because right side will have the next zone, which is where Weaver is. So I'm just going to hug the outer side of here, and you can see Weaver is right there. Also going to allocate these points in. I'm going to grab the bonus res with max fire res. Remember, for every single point of resistance we're getting, a fire res, we're getting 1 bonus life regen. So it gets to a point in the campaign when you're so tanky, you don't really have to worry about anything. Now, this does unfortunately stem some bad habits for players when they get later in the game. You do eventually have to gear your character up to be able to tank, but this build is very friendly for the campaign. What is that? That's a core spawn. I'm going to leave it on the floor. I'm happy with my scepter.
I cannot do this.
There's a strong box. Ooh, I'll grab that because we need transmutes. All right. Weaver is here. Drop a flame wall and just start shooting your rolling magma and it will disintegrate. If your health gets low, simply pop a life flask. I use this time to sort my inventory because we don't take that much damage now. So that's it. Oh, that's a nice instant recovery flask. We'll go ahead and use that. We don't need this anymore. Yeah, so we're pretty much good. We just vendor this stuff. Okay. Okay, grab your items.
Cannot carry this.
Do character selection.
Yes?
Vendor all of it. Unless, of course, you think it's an upgrade, in which case you should use it. Like, I'll check these boots out. Oh, yeah, it's actually not too bad. But then they don't have movement speed. But I'm going to hold these boots for later because we're going to use a recipe later. I just don't know if it's these boots or these boots. We'll see. The recipe is you basically take a Quicksilver flask and an augmentation. And then what you would do is you would sell your boots like this with these, and that'll upgrade it. Now, the problem with doing this is I don't get Blood Rage anymore. So I don't want to do that right now, but it is something I will want to do in the future. But that's what the bonus Quicksilvers are going to be used for.
Yes?
Is specifically for that.
Farewell.
So now I'm going to go back to my hideout really fast. And I want to go ahead and check and see if there's anything else I can craft fire resistance on. So straight up, I know I can craft fire resistance here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I could craft fire resistance on my gloves because they have an open suffix. Now we are out of transmutes, and that is okay. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Another thing I want to go ahead and do is check if there is a leather belt. Although we just spent our transmute, so we probably can't afford it. There is a leather belt, and of course it takes a transmute. Also, the turquoise amulet is a fantastic base. The turquoise amulet is going to make it so that we can basically run Blood Rage without needing extra dexterity because it comes from that amulet. So what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to go ahead and kill Oak. If you have been following the build guide properly by this point, you should be pretty tanky on your character. What I like to do, it's called the Oak check. The Oak check is basically you can open up Oak, and as long as you have enough recovery on your character, Oak should not be able to kill you. It's a great time to use the restroom, you know, pretty much do whatever it is that you need to do. So we're going to go ahead and do the Oak check. Remember, we were a little bit behind on our character, so we'll go ahead and see if this works. I'll be right back. I need to go use the restroom.
Your reign is over, Bandit King.
Sanitizer. Look at that. Loot on the floor. Beautiful. Okay, we're going to grab that ruby ring and let's move on. Make sure to wash your hands. Remember, RF is a little ZDPS, so it gives you enough time to wash your hands. It's great for that. We're going to ID this ruby ring and see what it has. It doesn't have fire res, so we're not actually going to use it. Okay, let's move on. I'll grab that. These are good for transmutes. We need them anyway, so. Okay, now at this point, you have a decision. I would recommend either helping Creighton, or killing all the bandits. You can help Oak, but we kind of just killed him, so you're probably not helping him. Let's be real, right? What does I have on? Oh, well then.
Goodbye.
I'm going to go ahead and buy... How do I have 4 transmutes now? What happened? I'm just going to snag this one right here. Although I'd prefer to grab one from Act 1, but I'm too lazy and I don't really want to go all the way back to Act 1. So I'm just going to buy that, and then I'm going to buy this amulet right here. Now, what we can go ahead and do now is we can upgrade our boots. So I'm going to take these boots right here. We're going to do the augment. Actually, no, I can't use these boots. They don't have movement speed yet. I could make them, but no, I'm not going to do that. So we're going to take these boots with an augment and a quicksilver. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull out these gems. We are then going to take the boots, vendor it with a quicksilver and an augment to upgrade the movement speed. And you can even do this again, but you have to pay attention to the level requirement of the boots. So for example, if we do it here, we can't use them. We need 24. So we're going to wait on that. So we're going to put that currency back. Put that right there. Put our gems back where they were. Vendor this stuff over here as we don't need it. And let's move on. So I am going to go help Creighton. I like helping Creighton for 2 reasons. Number 1 is because it gives you really good movement speed. It's 8% movement speed. Number 2 is kind of the same thing as number 1. It's just that you don't get a lot of movement speed on the left side of the tree. And when you wear armor pieces, specifically, I think it's body armor and shield, you get a little bit of reduced movement speed. So helping Creighton kind of helps offset that. And because you already have an abundance of resistance from the Ascendancy, which you'll get into when we get there, it just makes sense for me to kind of help Creighton. And then when you're at super late game, you can respec it if you want, but it's up to you. So I'm going to go ahead and help him get that movement speed. You can honestly feel it right away. Okay, let's just go ahead and vendor some of the stuff we don't need. We are on the lookout for finding a hybrid body armor or other piece of gear with three blue sockets. And what I mean by this is that we want to wear a pure armor body armor because it gives us armor, whereas our current piece of gear is not really giving us anything. It's giving us energy shield that gets deleted, right? So just having something like armor would just be infinitely better. But to do that, you need to get the sockets on another piece of gear. I'm gonna fight these guys, why not?
I cannot do this here.
Alright, now we're gonna speed it up a little bit because I kind of want to go through a little bit faster. I'm going to grab my fire res, and we're going to start to just go a little bit faster here. So our primary goal right now on our character is just going from zone to zone and having our righteous fire kill most of the mobs. If it's like a blue pack, I will probably stop and fight it. Rare mobs, I don't know, like they're good, but that pack I'm not fighting because they're fire and ignite res. Thing is if you're not struggling and you're trying to go faster through the campaign, then you just got to stop killing as many mobs, and you just have to kind of brute force your way through. So that's what we're going to be doing. We're just going to kind of keep going from point A to point B, and because we're not a speed runner, I don't have every single zone memorized, just like a few of the early ones. So naturally, we're going to backtrack, we're going to go the wrong way, and every time we do that, we end up killing monsters, which passively levels the character. So in the end, we're just going to end up staying above average level just because of Righteous Fire, right? And here's a nice example. This zone is very linear, right? You can actually see the XP we gain from the zone. So we're 40%, right? We're just literally going to go kind of in a straight line. If I see something nice, like a giant pack, maybe I'll cast a spell. But for the most part, I'm skipping most things. I've casted, I think, 3 rolling magmas so far, and we're at 71%, right? Here's one more rolling magma. And another one, even though I don't think I needed that one. Yeah, so we went from 40 to 89%, just basically running in a straight line through that zone, right? You kind of rinse and repeat that, and you see how people level much faster because their primary objective is just going from A to B and not trying to linger so much in the smaller zones, right? Or yeah, just in general. The campaign is not really for farming. The campaign is just for finishing, and maps are for farming. I think I just went in a circle. Yes, I did. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. One other thing you'll notice is I'm using Frostblink in conjunction with Shield Charge. The nice thing you can do is when your Shield Charge is going to end, so you skip the little bit of the like end animation there, you can just Frostblink. Another thing you can do is if you end up getting stuck while you're Shield Charging, I know a lot of people who are new to using Shield Charge, they get stuck a lot. Instead of just trying to repeatedly go like this, right, and trying to go up there, just Frostblink, right? So Frostblink is a great tool for fixing Shield Charge's clunky targeting, right? Frostblink's also a great tool for traversing like areas with ledges and things like that, because Shield Charge cannot go above a ledge, right? Or all dead ends? Wait, is this? Yep, all dead ends. So I'm gonna guess maybe it's over here to the right. Here? Top left corner. So I see that, but that had a recipe. And because that had a recipe, that's actually not where we're supposed to go. That's where Vol Overseer is. Unless I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure I saw a recipe there. So I guess it's on the left side. Yeah, here it is. It's over here. If you see the recipe, it's always bottom left. Ah, see, I thought to myself, if that zone is there, then the other zone's probably on the other side. But, you know, there's a reason why my campaign runs take 5 to 6 hours and not whatever ridiculous speeds people are running them at these days. It's the second recipe, not the Vol one. There's another recipe? It's not Vol over, it's a hidden small room. Really? I don't think I've ever walked in that room before. What recipe is that? You have to hit 2 pillars and it opens a secret zone. I mean, I know you guys aren't memeing because now that I think about it, I'm playing in SSF standard, so I should have all the crafts unlocked. Huh. Interesting. Can we find out? Where are the pillars? Is it in the boss arena? I thought it was this. No, it's on that floor. I don't feel like looking for it, sorry. That is nice to know, though. It was the dead end you ran right into before you went to the pyramid. Interesting. You activate 3 statues and you fight a boss for a decent chance at a unique jewel. Wild. So in the last video, I had a few requests saying that the music audio was a little bit too loud. So we're also going to turn it down just a little bit here. Now, Vol has a few mechanics to note. He does this little ice slip and slide. You just kind of move around it. You don't have to worry that much. He does these rocks that fall from the sky. They shouldn't do that much damage to you, but pay attention. When he starts to make this weird, this weird noise, he starts to lift one of his, arms and he'll slam. You don't want to get hit by that. And then when he does his laser, he always does laser, laser, laser. So it's always 3 lasers in a row. So there's the slam. We're going to just move back. All right. We got a 4-link with the correct colors. Holy, all of our RNG has been, everything's perfect now. No problem. No problem. Okay, cool. So the reason I talk about those colors is that's colors we want for Righteous Fire. We just also need a red, which we don't have yet. But that also means that we can life tap our single target right now, which is currently the Rolling Magma. So that's really nice. We're also going to go ahead and take a look here. So it does have a suffix open, which means we could even put fire resistance on it. So that's really nice.
I cannot do this.
Let's go ahead and turn down the sound, the music just a little bit. After you kill this person, you gotta wait a little bit. So you can talk to Clarissa, and then she'll meet you over here. Now, if you have a lot of extra portal scrolls, this is a really nice way to save just a little bit of time. It's not a big deal, but I like it because I hate walking in this zone. This zone takes ages to go through. So I'm going to go to the slums, and then I'm going to go ahead and open a portal. And now I'm right at the back here, so I don't have to worry about going through there. I'm going to go ahead and just dump this stuff in. We're going to save this essence. We're going to trash all of this gear because we don't want it. See you later. This is a good time to also use the regex. See if you can find some 4 links. See if you can find some better gear. I'm going to go to my hideout really quickly, and we're just going to craft fire res on our body armor, which is right here. I'm also going to just grab a life tap. Now, I'm going to just buy it from Lily. You know, I won't do that. Lily is something you unlock later in the campaign. She just sells a level 1 gem. I'm just going to buy a leveled life tap over here. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Just save some time. So there's the life tap. We're going to put that over here with our rolling magma for now. Now we're going to go back here to Sarn, and we're going to click the slums. So there is a combination of colors you want to have open going forward, and it's going to be blue-red. If you find blue-blue-red link, that's even better. The blue-red is important because we're going to get access to our first curse, and our curse is flammability. Curses take a lot of MP, and MP is reserved for casting spells for us. So we're going to use a gem called Life Tap that I just put on Rolling Magma. What Life Tap does is it makes it so you cast life instead of casting with your MP. And because we're stacking regeneration, it's basically free. You don't really have to worry about it. Worth 4 linking RF before Magma. Sure, but as a Marauder, you don't get any gems that can help you link it yet. Our gems primarily will come from Library, which we get a little bit later. If you're playing Trade League or something and your friends are helping you, absolutely, sure. We're also getting hit with int requirements yet again, so I'm probably going to go craft intelligence on this amulet right here. In fact, I'm probably going to go do that right now because we got a very low roll of intelligence on this piece. So we're going to just double down and hit it with int. So go to the hideout, spend those transmutation orbs that we've been saving up, craft intelligence, and let's move on. I could have also essenced it. Maybe I should have essenced it, but then I could get hit with the int requirement issue, and I don't know if that's smart, so. That's actually an augment? Oh, sorry. Is it an augment for intelligence? I didn't know that. I just assumed they were all transmute for the first tier. Now, inside this zone in Crematorium, there is another lab trial. So this will be trial 4 out of 6. When you get 6, remember, once you get 6, you can actually go and ascend. Pulls an augment out of thin air. No, I pulled from my currency tab that I have. Been storing my currency in there. Okay, this fight actually does a lot of damage since we only have fire res and not lightning and cold. This fight does fire, right? Or sorry, lightning, as you can see by all the lightning stuff. I would just kill the ads first. They die very quickly, and then you can just deal with the boss, and she'll die pretty fast. We get a lot tankier against lightning damage, specifically after this fight, so don't worry. Okay. Now we're going to log back in, and we're going to go ahead and turn this in. Grab the sewer keys. Now what we're going to do is we are going to go over here and talk to this person. We're going to grab... Do we get flam from here? No. So we're just going to go over, and we're going to grab 2 gems. We want to buy Purity of Elements, which is here for an alteration. And we want to buy Flammability. So we can look at our currency tab. We're still good on that. We also want to go down, and we want to grab another life tap. So we're going to go ahead and grab this one. This is our 3rd one. One is currently on shield charge. One is currently on our rolling magma, and one is currently going to be on our curse. Now, my POB will tell you not to level the life taps, and that is okay. You should not level them. It's okay to level them. Later on, when we get life tap on our righteous fire, you want to have a level 1 life tap. So we're going to put Purity of Elements. Actually, let's take a look here. So we can move... Oh, this is a bit weird with the links right now. Hold on. So we're going to put our Righteous Fire here. And then we're going to do Life Tap with... Where'd Flammability go? Life Tap with Flammability. And then I guess Righteous Fire goes with that. But then we need Purity of Elements. And we're out of blues because our gear is... Our gear is very weird right now. So this is telling me that we need more blue sockets. Best way to get blue sockets with our current setup is trying to find some energy shield gloves. So I'm just going to go ahead and search gloves really fast. Wait, no gloves highlight? The guy doesn't have any glove. What? Okay, then we're going to just go check. Another option for this is using like a pure energy shield and not using an armor shield. Let's go ahead and check here. Gloves. Got any gloves? I mean, we could use those, but that's kind of sad, but we can. We're just going to check Act 1 really fast. So we did find a jeweler orb, and what we can do with the jeweler orb... Oh, okay. Or we could just use these ones. Sure, we can just use these. So here's Purity of Elements, and here is Flame... Actually, we don't even need Flame Wall anymore. I forgot. We don't even need this. Yeah. So... The point I was trying to make here is when we are on this setup, you actually trade Flame Wall for Purity of Elements. And the reason you trade Flame Wall, I guess it's not really trading Purity of Elements for Flame Wall. It's more so when you get Flammability, you don't have to use Flame Wall anymore. So now instead of using Flame Wall, you would use your Flammability. So I actually replaced the hotkey with that. As for your auras, you have two choices. You can go Purity of Elements and Vitality, or you can go Purity of Elements and Herald of Thunder. It depends on what you want for more. You know, Herald of Thunder is more damage. The other option is more survivability. So we're going to just put our Flammability right there. Now, Flammability is nice for a number of reasons. Number one, it's going to reduce the enemy fire res, making them not only take more damage from your single target, but also from your Righteous Fire. That's why you want to use it, right? The Flame Wall itself only works for your Rolling Magma, and a lot of your clear is just RF. You don't have to, like, use all these other buttons, right? You're just cursing and kind of walking over their bodies. Herald of Thunder makes it so that your Rolling Magma is able to shock from the bonus lightning damage, which thus also increases your RF damage. That's the trade-off. Now, Purity of Elements, that aura we just put on, gives us all res, which furthermore gives us life regen, which also is going to make us immune to shock. Shock is very dangerous. It's the primary focus of the lightning element. What shock does is it makes you take more damage from every source of damage, including your own Righteous Fire, which is a big no-no. You don't want to get shocked. That's where Purity of Elements really comes in the campaign. Furthermore, it makes you immune to Chill, which makes you go slower, Freeze, which makes you unable to move, Ignite, which does basically fire damage to you, but you have good fire res, so that usually is not a problem. So Purity of Elements is a great in-between thing to use until you get your elemental ailments situated, right? So we'll be using this for majority of the campaign. Now, in this zone, you want to grab your 3 busts. You grab one of them before the waypoint and 2 of them after the waypoint. After that, you can turn them in for a bonus skill point. And don't worry, we're actually going to get a nice surge of regeneration here soon, specifically from the passive tree.
Cardoui slaves were once bought and sold.
We're also level 25. You know what that means? That means we can actually do that recipe for our boots again. So we're going to go ahead and grab an augment. We're going to grab the last Quicksilver. We're going to take our boots off. And then we're going to go over here and we're going to go ahead and do 20 MS boots. Put that back. Put that back. Next up, we get Hardy, which is a big regeneration multiplier. You actually take a look at my regen. We're 242. Hardy puts us to 291. And then we're going to grab a Mastery for 50 bonus life regen after. So you get really nice regen at this low level in the campaign. And it just gets better. Now, over here, the Catacombs. That is another lab trial. So that is number 5 on the lab trial list. 6 comes up a little bit after. We have a few one boss to kill. Kind of like one big boss to kill. So in here, I just like to go down the bottom side and look for the waypoint. There's a lot of like random stuff in here. We're just going to be skipping Bestiary. I don't really care for that. You can kill them if you want. I think red beasts typically get like a unique item when you go back and you go to like Einhar's area. I don't fully remember. Here's the waypoint. We're just going to tap that. And now we're going to go fight. Actually, I guess we don't need to fight anyone. Here we go. So after you get your ribbon spool, we're going to go ahead and zoom over to the left here. This is going to take us to the docks area. And in docks, we're looking for the sulfite. Also, here is another essence. I'm going to go ahead and grab that. Now, the reason I'm stocking on these essences, even though I'm not using them, is very simple. If I find an item, that item happens to have the perfect links for me, I can just go ahead and use an essence on it, and it's probably going to be an upgrade, right? So you could also essence spam your jewelry and stuff if you want to. Like I said, I'm just going to hold on to them until I find good links on gear. So we're looking for the sulfite. I don't care about that guy. He takes too long. Oop, currency. Boink. Oop, chrome. Boink. Oh, turquoise. It has fire res. Does not have intelligence, though. I don't think we can use that yet. That's sad. Okay, now we're going to grab big life regen on this node. So I'm currently 333. We're going to grab 50 life per second. We are now at 390. Just grab this waypoint. The waypoint's not super important because we're just mainly coming over here to grab this container. Okay, next up, we are going to go to Solaris Temple. So go to the waypoint and go directly north instead of going west to the docks. Go up the stairs and look all the way in the back till you find the next zone, which I think is right here.
Cannot do this yet. This
I'm going to start the climb up north there on the passive tree,
lifeless.
which is good because we're finally getting out of the Marauder area. If you look, even though it looks like we're skipping most of the mobs, which we are, the zone is 27 and we are 27, which means we are up to date, like, with the zone levels. We don't actually have to farm in terms of character level, right? This is a very nice thing to do. Well, very nice realization with just shield charging with Righteous Fire. I don't actually know where the zone is. I'm guessing it's over here to the right, maybe. Yeah. Where are you, zone? Why you do this to me? Probably not there, right? Yeah, okay, it's up here. Nothing there. Okay, back over here. Okay, perfect. Over here you get a rare item. I mean, it's either the jade or the lapis. It doesn't really matter too much. I prefer turquoise at this stage. Also, if you go in the laboratory here and you click, there's like a recipe over here. The recipe will give you, I think, fire damage to spells. Very good craft for your weapon. I cannot craft it because my weapon is blue right now and it's locked with its affixes. Gonna get rid of this stuff. Clean out the inventory.
Bring me back something nice, eh?
Keep the essences for later. Don't use Flame Wall. Herald of Thunder I'm not using, so I'm just going to ditch it. Okay. Next up, we are going to go to the sewers. In the sewers, we're going to turn in those quest items, and we can go on through. So over here, for players who want to stop using Rolling Magma and pivot to another skill, you get a skill off of this boss over here, and that skill is going to be called Armageddon Brand. You can use the exact same licks as you do on Rolling Magma, but you would just put in Armageddon Brand instead. You just have to kill this guy to go get your Armageddon Brand. I'm going to skip it. Actually, you know what? Armageddon Brand's pretty sick. Why not? We'll go ahead and do an Armageddon Brand run. The only issue here is I don't have a lot of flat damage, but that's okay. Sometimes it's fun to do things a little different. I usually skip this part because, like, you're only using Rolling Magma for a little bit longer, and then you're kind of done. So let's go ahead and kill that. Instead of teleporting, there is a waypoint we get right over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and go right here. Well, I guess the waypoint is actually at the end of here, so we're just going to go grab it now. Do we actually get Armor Brand, or do I have to buy it? Okay, I have to buy it. Wait. Really? You don't get Armageddon Brand? Am I dumb? Oh,
Be careful.
I thought you got Armageddon Brand from I guess we have to do library. In that case, screw that. We're not using it. Aha, that's what it is. Yeah, okay, now I understand what it is. It's because Armageddon Brand is a level 28 gem, and we do library around level 30, so it's viable to use it if you want to. I typically will just skip it. I'll just skip it. I think I was used to playing Templar RF a lot, and that's why. Yeah. I mean, it would make sense. Like, Marauder, Chieftain is fire-based, Armageddon Brand is a fire spell. Why does he not get it? It's weird to me. Doesn't fully make sense, but that's okay. What the heck was that? Fire Trap is nerfed. You can't keep Armageddon Brand instead. No, that's not how it works. Fire Trap would have to get nerfed by like 80% of its damage before other skill options opened up for single target. It's just the reality of how strong Fire Trap is. Keep going north. We're going to get a big damage cluster soon. It's going to be very noticeable on the character. A lot of players don't understand the power behind Fire Trap. There's only one other skill in the entire game that has an initial hit, a burning ground component, and a burning ground component to it. Only one other skill, and that one other skill is called Flame Dash. And Flame Dash doesn't have the scaling to keep up with Fire Trap at all. I know players want to use other things, and you can, but unfortunately, there's a reason why we combo RF with Fire Trap, and it's just because it's the best. There's no other way around it. It's not because we like to use Fire Trap, it's just simply the best. Scorching Ray, for example, doesn't have an Ignite component, and you have to stand still to use it. If you want to use it, you absolutely can use it. I'd recommend Scorching Ray of Immolation, but unfortunately the numbers are just weaker than Fire Trap. Same thing with Flame Blast, all the Transfigured gems, you know, that's just the way the game kind of works, right? We spend a lot of time, or at least I spend a lot of time setting up very specific things for my build. It takes a lot of work to replace them. So when you're going to Piety in the Lunaris Temple here, you want to make sure you're always kind of going north. As long as you're going north and you're not north, but see how there's like a ramp up? Whenever you go up, you don't want to go down. Because whenever you go up, there's a way that you can navigate so you can just keep going up and up and up. I think we go to the left here. New support gems for Scorching Ray. These have already been covered. I recommend you go look at the previous content. I think I went the wrong way here. Oh. Yep, there it is. I'm gonna fight the blue pack here. There's also, I think there's always a guaranteed blue pack right here. I do believe there's also a guaranteed blue pack right at the top here. Right up here, there should be another blue pack. Yep.
You've done your ancestors proud, Kadami. Now, here's your warrior's death. Do the honorable.
Now, if you don't have life tap by this point, that's okay. You know, not everyone gets a 4-link by this stage. You just want to make sure you chug your MP potions and you'll be okay. Things get a lot better with RF after we kill Piety, because we're going to get access to Library, and Library is going to give us a shit ton of gems that we're going to need specifically for Righteous Fire, because we are running around with a 0-link Righteous Fire right now at this stage in the game. Alright, there's a recipe I think right over here.
Piety's off the...
I am gonna just trash a lot of gear now. 99 life. Holy, I wish mine had 99 life.
Bring me back.
I'm gonna check really fast for any 4-link combos. Oh.
Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
Go grab our skill point.
Goodbye.
Okay, we are desperately looking for some other blues right now because we want to 4-link our Righteous Fire. I did a POB, and if I stand still for 6 seconds, I get 25 million DPS. Problem with standing still for 6 seconds is bosses don't even stand still for 6 seconds. You know, they're too busy phasing, teleporting, doing immunity phases, etc. So, one of those, like, unrealistic things, unfortunately, right? So here's library. I'm just going to look for the waypoints. Where did I miss? Somewhere here. There it is. It's down there. Okay. Now, in this area in Imperial Gardens, this is where you actually get the last lab trial. Now, you could just ascend now if you want to. I personally like to wait to get a little bit stronger, and we do it right into Act 4. So that's what I'm going to do. So what we're looking for in the library is there is going to be a candle at one of these dead ends. It's usually a little bit in, so it's not going to happen like right now. The candle is going to be clicked on, and then you can go to the next part of the zone. It's usually, I think, actually not usually, but always after the waypoint here. I'll let you know once I bump into it, and then you'll be able to see. Now, library is kind of annoying. Here we go, loose candle. Library is kind of annoying because you have to bring all of your currency with you to buy from the vendor here for some unknown reason. It's just kind of the way it is. And there are a lot of gems to buy. So when you get to library and you turn it in, well, I guess we're at library now, but once we turn the quest items in, I would take a minute to stop and look through the POB to see kind of where we are. Also, around now, not now, but there will be some changes I guess I make to the POB. I guess to make the video simple, I will try to not make those changes. And sorry, what I mean by changes is I progress differently than my POB because I just play kind of the way I want and adapt to things. But I recommend players follow the POB because if you try to adapt to something when you don't know, you may end up just making your character objectively weaker. So that's kind of one thing to pay attention to. But I will try to talk about anything I decide to do differently. So if players want to do that, they can go ahead and do that. One of them, for example, that I know I will be doing differently is the auras. I will intentionally pick different auras because I like to play more aggressive, but I recommend you stick with the aura setup found in the POB. To clarify, you'll be running Purity of Elements and Determination. I will be switching it, and I'll talk about it when I switch it. Right now, we're currently running Purity of Elements and Vitality, and or Purity of Elements and Herald of Thunder. Okay, we're going to go turn these pages in. Before I turn them in, I'm going to clean out my inventory because we're going to want some space. Look, a life's break. See you later. I also want to see if we can find some more blues. Hey, look, there's a 4-link. That would work for Fire Trap. Those are perfect colors, but no way am I using that base. So, nothing there. I'm going to go deposit this, even though I'm just going to take it back out. So, let's go ahead and do that. All right. Now, there's a lot of gems, and I know I'm going to forget some. I'm just going to go off the top of my head here. But this is a great time to open up your Path of Building. Come over here. Look at the loadout. So I don't know if it's 21 to 40 maybe. Let's see. Ah, here we go. Click here for bonus gems you'll need later. Click here to see what you purchase via library. You can see the gems right there. So I'm going to skip the Armageddon brand. That's okay. I mean, I guess we'll take the Armageddon brand. Why not? There's the Armageddon brand. Screw rolling magma. You're gone. Next up, we need a fire trap. So let's grab the fire trap. I'm going to want Swift Affliction. So let's grab a Swift Affliction. I know for sure I'm going to need Efficacy. So we're going to grab an Efficacy. I know for a fact I need Elemental Focus. So let me grab Elemental Focus right here. I think I'm going to want some Malevolence. So let's grab Malevolence. I think that's most of it. Did I grab Trap and Mine? Trap and Mine damage. Let's see. Trap and Mine damage. Perfect. Okay. That should be most of this stuff. Now, that's a lot of information, so here's what you want to know. Oh, yeah, and then burning damage. We're going to get burning damage right over here. So, burn. There it is. We're level 31.
Bye.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go kind of like pure righteous fire for the most part. So that means I'm going to put RF here, and I'm going to replace the links on my main skill with RF links. So righteous fire, LE focus, efficacy, and this will be burning damage. And then I am just simply going to take Armageddon brand and put Armageddon brand like, oh, I don't know, like over there. And then fire trap needs to level, so it's going to sit there. We're going to want trap and mine damage. So our trap and mine damage is going to need to go in our offhand. Combustion is really good for the... combustion is very good for our single target, but we don't have that right now. So let's see what we've got here. Okay, let me go see if we can buy some cheap offhands to level our gems. I'm going to go to Act 2 really fast. And I'm just going to go check. So we need a combination of things here. So if we look here... pretty much need blues and greens. So what has 2 greens? This has 2 greens. So that is Trap and Mine. And then I can't actually... okay, I can put that on. Oh, just kidding, I can't. So we'll leave the Swift Affliction alone for now. And then I guess I'll just grab like one of these over here. We'll put Malevolence in there for later. These are not as important. They're just not super important, so we're not going to worry about it really. Let's go ahead and continue with the character and see how the pure RFing works for now. The reason you don't use Fire Trap right away is one simple reason. Skill gems in Path of Exile have different level requirements. And when you get to Library, you're buying the level 1 version of the gem. Some gems have a high level requirement, like Armageddon Brand has level 28. Some gems like Fire Trap are like, I don't know, maybe like 6 or level 9 or something. They're very, very low level. And what this means is that if you were to try to use a main skill, like say Fire Trap right now, right? The issue you would have is it doesn't do any damage because the skill needs to level up, right? Fire Trap I think is level 12, someone confirmed. So basically you can only use a level 1 gem right now on this existing character if the gem itself is a high level requirement. It's kind of weird, but that's just kind of the way the game works. So now we ended up getting pretty lucky. We found a wolf pelt here. Does take a bit of dexterity, but it actually has the colors we would want. The only issue to the colors is technically you would want a blue right now because a blue will give you combustion. Combustion is a very strong link. Later on, we drop combustion, but that's okay. For now, everything is pretty much all right. So when we're ready to use Fire Trap, we're probably going to use this helmet, which means we have to pivot our shield charge over to something else. But do remember that right now, we basically don't have a single target. We're actually pretty much pure Righteous Fire, right? Our Armageddon brand is unlinked. Simply getting blue would be very good because we would trigger that combustion that we want for our Righteous Fire so we can do some more damage. Now, gems you buy from vendors that are not library typically scale with your character level, right? Whereas library, unfortunately, does not scale with your level and is fixed to level 1. The only other exception to that would be Lily, who you encounter in Act 6, who will always sell level 1 gems, but it is intentional. I guess all of this stuff is technically intentional, so that's not really relevant. Let's see. Oh, here we go. soon after, I think after Act 4, you pretty much don't really have much gem rewards anymore, and the rest of the campaign is pretty much just shield charge, frostblink. I'll do my best to give like as much information as possible, but there comes a point in the campaign where there's not really much decision making left. It's just blasting through the game, right? We are 2 levels behind, and our lightning res is very bad, which means that when we're fighting Dominus, who we're encountering very soon here, we have to be careful for Dominus's lightning spray attack. So what we're going to do is drop a portal right over here. Remember, you can hotkey portals as well in the settings. And we're going to see how well the Pure Righteous Fire does. This fire guy, you actually have to be careful for. He does a lot of damage, even though we have crazy fire res. So that is one thing to pay attention to. You have to be a little careful on that guy. And that's exactly why he does something called shotgunning, which just does a lot of damage to you. Shotgunning is basically when you get hit multiple times by the same skill. The damage is not good. It's definitely better to be on a 4-link Armageddon brand, I would say. It would definitely do more damage than the RF, but you know, here we are just showing how much you can do with just Righteous Fire pretty much by itself in the campaign with very poo-poo gear.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? The touch of God.
Okay, you don't want to tank that. That's bad.
Die in awe.
That, when he does that, you can just run in a circle.
The touch of God.
That's bad. You go back in. You just run in a circle.
The light of divinity.
That's back. And back in.
The touch of God. This world is an illusion, Exile.
Yeah, sometimes he has different voice lines for it. Now for this guy has a lot of damage over time. So the best thing to do is just kind of stay inside this bubble. As long as you're inside this bubble, you pretty much don't really have to worry about much. The build is very tanky, but if you run outside of the bubble, you'll get these corrupted blood stacks and they will not be cleansed. I think when you're in the bubble, it cleanses them. I don't remember exactly how it works. I'll be honest, it's usually don't really have to worry about the fight too much, but if you run away from him, shit gets kind of weird. Like if I do this, I think he'll even charge me. You gonna do it? Yeah, that's the like funky little Dominus charge. It's just when the blood rain is happening, you want to make sure that you are in the right spot, right? You want to be inside that little dome.
Follow a dead river to the foot of Kitava's kingdom. Just how the elders of old told you.
Now, when you make it to the Blood Aqueduct, every time there's a side area like this to the right, there is guaranteed to be a pack of blue mobs. So now is a good time to help catch up in level if you've fallen a little bit behind. So I'll give you another example of how that works. We're just going to go ahead and clear, and then when I come across a side zone, I'll go ahead and show you what I mean. So we're clearing, everything's great. Swing across. Right here, this is a side area. There's a pack of blue mobs. These things are stupid tanky, usually, so I skip them. I don't know why they're so tanky. It's just part of how they are. Now with here, we're going to grab some extra LE damage. We're close to our big damage nodes.
I cannot carry this.
Oh, sorry, regular Aqueduct, not Blood Aqueduct yet. Blood Aqueduct is later into the game. Same layout, just different zone.
See ya.
Do you need help with something?
Okay, let's get rid of most 50% spell damage weapon. Spell damage does not work for Righteous Fire. It is good for like your other skills, but primarily it doesn't work for RF, so we don't usually use it. These boots are also very good if I were to craft movement speed on them. Take a look-see here at what we have. Let's get rid of all that. Let's see.
See ya.
If you're running low on wisdoms, you can vendor your whetstones to get
See ya.
4 wisdom scrolls per. I'm going to just replace you and replace you.
We open.
Okay, what do you have? Not very good. Got it. So vendor, vendor, vendor. Let's start to clean our inventory up just a little. I'm going to hold this over here. We don't need any of this crap, so we're just going to vendor it. Get this all out of my inventory.
What can we do for you?
Take
Wait,
care.
were those the boots I said were good? Oh, well, now they're not. I was lying about those boots. They're very bad for you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put this over here. All right, perfect. So now we need an open red for what we're going to do next. The open red socket is going to be on our shield. And one thing to note, if you look at my character, I don't really have any gear, right? Most of my gear is just placeholders, right? It's just placeholders for, what's the word I'm looking for? It's placeholders for your skills, right? The stats are not as important as the links in your gear. So like my weapon's actually okay. It has the +1 fire, but the +1 fire doesn't work really for RF. It's just for armor brand. And my Armageddon brand doesn't do any damage, so the +1 doesn't really help there, right? If you look at like the rest of my gear though, moving on, this is for my shield charge, right? My gloves, I guess, are kind of rare, but they're not really very good. The boots are just for the movement speed. The shield is mainly for the shield charge. The body is for the Righteous Fire. So if you really look, like getting your skills set up is much more important in the early game than getting your actual stats on your gear. The only exception is things you need for attribute requirements. Example, you need intelligence, you need dexterity, you need your fire res, you need your life regen.
Yes.
Speaking of which, what we're going to go ahead and do now is we're going to take a minute to go back and look at some previous vendors, because I want to see if we can get another 4-link or another 3-link or just something with a lot of blues primarily. So let's go ahead and look. Okay, let me go check the previous act. Because this Armageddon brand is not cutting it with the current links right now. This is not working. The damage is very, very low for us.
Hello.
Not really. Not really, unfortunately. I would like to get better gloves, and I do see these clasp mitts here, so I'm actually going to grab them, and I'm going to use a fusing that I have to try to link them just so we can get more stuff going. Wow. Okay. So what that just did is that 4-link that, which is amazing because we can use that for Fire Trap. So we are going to pivot to Fire Trap right now. So I'm going to drop the Armageddon brand. We no longer need that blue. I'm going to use one of my essences here. This has guaranteed fire res. So we're going to go ahead and hit it with the fire res. Didn't really hit anything else, but that's okay, because what we can do is we can go to our hideout and we can craft on it. You can either craft, I'd say in this scenario, you would either craft, I guess it actually only has suffix open. So I'm thinking dexterity here. Dexterity is going to be needed for higher levels of fire trap, but we don't have an augment, so we can't actually afford that. We're broke. So we're going to take the purity of elements, slap it there, put the combustion over there. Then we're going to hit our weapon swap. Trap and mine goes in here. We're going to go ahead and swap back, grab the fire trap, put it there, socket in the life tap. We now have our single target, but remember our single target still might be a little weak, unfortunately. And the reason it might be weak is because the gem hasn't had time to level. I'm going to actually go back to library and I'm going to grab a really nice gem that is specifically called Skitterbot. Now, Skitterbot is a skill that provides a trap and mine damage multiplier. Is very good. The only downside is I need one more blue for it. And I'm not quite sure what I could drop for a blue. So we're going to have to figure that out as we go. For now, I need another life tap. As usual with the build, we need tons of life taps. Life tap right over here. Oh, wait, I already had a life tap. Never mind. Didn't actually need another life tap there. So what we can do is hope we get 2 blues on this weapon. We do have a lot of chrome, so it's like, oh, there it is. So Purity of Elements and Skitterbot. Beautiful. Beautiful. And now let's go ahead and come back. Got like a eyelash in my mouth. How did that happen? We want to make sure we turn this in. This is after we killed Vol down there. That was the item in our inventory. By doing this, we can go ahead and grab our stone golem. And now we are getting ready to go and fight Izaro. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. RF on, get back. Those things are crazy. We didn't have Purity of Elements on. That shock almost annihilated our character. We're going to put on our fire trap. That's why Purity of Elements is so strong in the campaign. I don't know if you saw that shock number if you rewind. That number is how much more damage you take from all sources of damage. Oh, look, more gloves. We don't need those, though. That's highlighting 4 links for us. So now I'll tell you what would be ideal for us. What would be ideal is I move the colors for my shield charge maybe to my body armor, because that's easy to get on a pure armor, right? Like, those colors are not hard to get. Remember that when you're using a piece of gear, the likelihood of hitting the socket color is based on the attribute. Example, a pure armor body armor is going to be high in strength requirement and will most likely roll reds, therefore making greens and blues the off color. So what would be good is if I get a pure armor body armor, and then I get maybe like an energy shield helmet or an energy shield armor helmet, because that's int and int strength. That means that I can pivot my RF links into my helmet, and then I can wear a pure armor body armor, making my character more tanky. Why? That's because the body armor is going to provide more defenses than the helmet or the boots, for example, right? Now in this zone here in Mines 2, there is something we're looking for, and it's this check mark. This check mark is going to signify a bonus skill, so we want to go ahead and snag that. Careful of that guy. He does a lot of damage. Just to show you the mechanic, he does Vol Spectral Throw, and each one of these can hit you. So you want to just be careful on fighting him. They do a lot of damage. Okay, I'm also going to drop one of these life taps we don't need. We're going to socket in our boy Stone Golem on this next level. Stone Golem is going to give us bonus life regen, and in the new patch, he also provides you with increased defenses. Now, for players who want more damage and AoE, you can go with Flame Golem. For players who just want raw damage, meaning more damage, you can go with Chaos Golem. He also provides you with bonus Chaos Res while providing you with damage over time multiplier. There's not really a wrong choice here. Unless you decide to pick Ice Golem for some reason, then I would really question what it is that you're doing. So what we're doing here is we are just going to go ahead and find the waypoint. After this waypoint, this is when I like to ascend. The reason why is RF kind of does a lot of damage to yourself, and running Labyrinth, there's a lot of traps that do % damage. You want to make sure you have enough regen to be able to out-sustain some of the trap damage, so you don't just kind of run around and say, oh my god, what is going on, and you start panicking, right? You don't really want to do that. So right here, perfect. We're going to hit that waypoint. We're going to go back. We're going to go ahead and turn in that bonus skill point located right over here.
Life will go on.
Okay. Next up, I'm going to vendor some of the stuff I don't need. So that would be pretty much everything in my inventory here. Like that.
See ya.
Deposit this stuff. Stone Golem is next level, so very soon. I'm going to go ahead and use the fancy way to go to the Labyrinth, like this. What you would... What? I got scammed. What do you mean I don't have the required state? Wow, I paid for that, GGG. I want a refund. So over here, you would click this. Okay, that's what I needed. I needed to click that for the first time. Then you can go on and go through. And when you are over here, you can click this and see which location you are missing. So let's go ahead and do our normal Labyrinth. If you die in here, you have to do the Labyrinth all over again. You don't have to find the little puzzle pieces all over again, but you do have to run it again, which is annoying. And here we're getting a big damage increase. I'd also recommend not using Blood Rage just specifically for the Labyrinth, as you're just going to take bonus damage from degen, and degen is the main source of damage inside the Labyrinth outside of fighting the boss. What I like to do for this location is essentially, I like to just kind of focus on going top right. You can't see the missing location if you haven't entered the respective zone. Well, considering we ascend pretty late, everyone should have explored the zones already, so they should be good to go. Okay, now we can slap in the stone golem and summon him. The bonus regeneration.
The weary traveler, the Emperor beckons.
They always release at the same time, my dude.
By the goddess.
Okay, so when you're fighting Azaro, it's a little hard to give commentary because there's every time you do it, it changes every day. In this instance, we spawn portals. All we have to do with the portals is basically just either kill the boss or kill the portal. The main thing when you're fighting Azaro is you want to dodge his big slams. If I don't kill him too fast, I can show you what slams I'm talking about on the next time we fight him here.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Lens straight
Okay.
to doubt.
Over here, let's see. We have these little beams are going to channel to him. So start by just looking at the boss. That's the slam. So we're going to frost blink away from that. As long as these statues don't get full, you're fine. So they didn't get full, so he doesn't get any buffs. These are the guys who came from basically not killing the portals. So if you, with Azaro, if you basically want to make the fight harder, you have to respect the mechanic, and each one is different, so it's hard to explain this, but you will get an extra key at the end for more loot. I wouldn't really worry about it, especially because this is when your character is arguably the weakest, and you don't really want to make your life more difficult at this stage in the game. In my opinion, it's best to just kind of play through and just sort of worry about that at a different time. And by worry at a different time, I mean never worry about it. Here is a Crusader helmet, which is great. It's a good base for us. Only issue with the base is we'd have to get the right colors. So we would want blue, 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 red. And then what we could do is we could switch our Righteous Fire over to that helmet. And then we could wear a pure armor, body armor that I was talking about earlier. That would give us a nice armor boost, which would be very nice. You dropped your life flask. You know, I was wondering what happened. My PC lagged for a second and I saw something fly off my cursor, but I didn't know what happened. I actually managed to drop my life flask. That's kind of wild. Like, it was so fast that anyone actually even see it? Like, it's just gone now. Look, it's not there anymore. It was so fast. Like, I didn't even notice it. That's how fast it was. Yes, you noticed it? I'm blind. You have another one? I mean, I do have two, yeah. I also don't need the MP flask anymore, so I'll just drop that on the floor. Okay, here we go. What's nice about Frostblink is if you Frostblink on a unique target, it gets very, very short cooldown. You can actually read that on the skill itself. Okay, from here, first thing you do, tap this so it saves your progress, walk into Chieftain, come over here. If you're trying to get currency, you would try to transform stuff. I'm not really going to do that. That's for another thing. I'm just going to add quality to RF. It doesn't do anything unless you get at least 4%, sadly, but that'll be better for later. So I don't really care about this stuff, so I'm just going to take a life flask back, and we're just going to move on, and we're going to leave. Now, there is a really cool thing that happens here. If you see my current fire res, it's 182%. But if you look at my lightning res, it says 28. When we ascend as Chieftain, we get this node, our first one called Sallow Cleansing Water. 50% of my fire res will splash to cold and lightning. Congratulations, your resistance cap for the rest of the game. Have a good one. All right, now we're going to continue on with our character. From here on out, you should not have to worry too much about your res. It's very, very nice. These are 20% movement speed boots with life regen. Prefix open for life. I would like to swap these boots to these. I just have to get the correct links. So let's start to vendor stuff. These are actually even good too if I could get shield charge colors. But then I have to replace that. That's kind of a little bit of a nightmare. So let's just vendor stuff out. Get rid of it. Do I have a jeweler orb? Oh. Oh. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Let's go to our hideout. Let's craft... I'd see either life or fire res here. I don't really know which. I mean, they're both really good. I mean, I think I'd rather the fire res. It's not... It's really nice regen. We're going to replace that. Slap that back on. I'm going to put this helmet... Let me throw one chrome at it. Ah! We got the good colors for shield charge. Okay. We're just going to do that for now. And then I'm going to just put this in here and that body or that helmet there. We want to use this so we can change our body, but we'll do that later. I'm going to delete the vitality and not worry about it. Okay. Let's see. How is our res? Looks okay. So there is something I'd like to do at this stage now. I will be replacing Purity of Elements with Malevolence. What that does is that's going to give me more damage over time and skill effect duration. The duration doesn't matter too much, but I am no longer immune to ailments. However, our resistances are capped, so I feel comfortable there. You could craft fire res on the new gear. Yeah, it's never a bad idea to craft more fire res. Where did my blood rage go? Oh. Oh, I'm blind. Got it. Now you have two choices here. You can go for Duresso first, which is where we went, or you can go for Comb first. They both don't really do anything. I like Duresso's layout in his zone better, so I go farm Duresso. So it's important to note that sometime in the early stages of the game, you're going to get access to a mercenary. This is part of the 3.26 update. It is hard to really talk about mercenary stuff without actually getting to play the content. Any mercenary that's providing you extra survivability in the campaign is going to be nice. So things with like Vitality Aura or Determination if you're not running it, or a more offensive mercenary, so someone that does something to reduce fire res in the early stages of the game before we pivot off of that. Or, I don't know, it's a mercenary who provides shock, maybe one who provides malevolence, or there's a lot of different things. I suspect you could kind of just play whatever you want in the campaign. RF is very good in the campaign, so the merc should not hold you back by any means. Later on, when I actually get to experience this type of content, I'll do like a deep dive. And also, if you look in my website FAQ that I showed at the beginning of this, you'll see there's a section for mercenaries. But again, a lot of this is just hypothetical. Maybe not hypothetical, but it's untested. So we don't know much about that yet. We are going to be moving north on the tree here. We're going to be going to a really nice node called Holy Fire. Also, if you find yourself with extra sockets during the campaign, you can go ahead and use Enduring Cry. It provides you with a nice life regen boost and generates endurance charges, which make you very tanky because they make you take less elemental and they provide you with more physical. Now, I've been having a lot of issues YouTube live streaming, so I just had to stop. I think my VPN may be causing issues with it. I'm not sure, but it's been causing my Twitch stream to suffer, so I've decided to ditch YouTube streaming until a later time. Anything that starts to make my Twitch stream more annoying, I just stop with it because, you know, this is my primary source of income, so I gotta be responsible with it. Also, if you happen to find a ruby or a granite flask, both of them are really good. For a moment, I thought it would be a NordVPN commercial. I mean, I myself am using NordVPN. I've been using it for 4 years. I completely pay for it. I'm not sponsored.
With that being said, if you also experience really bad latency when playing video games such as Path of Exile, or you try to open up your map and it simply loads you to 999 ping and you disconnect, have no fear. NordVPN is here. Simply !Nord in the chat and type in code POHX20 to get 20% off on the yearly discount. That's 20% off on the yearly discount. I myself on NordVPN average somewhere between 4 to 6 latency, although it's not actually a ping reducer, so don't get that confused.
I don't actually have a Nord sponsor, I'm sorry. I really don't. I should get one, but I don't have one. Okay, for Duresso, you want to move out of these swords. These swords do like, they don't do damage over time, but they keep hitting your character. Why pay for a VPN that sells your data? I can't play games without a VPN. That's how my internet is. The only fix to it is being a Karen to the ISP, getting the problem elevated, or moving. So it's a no-brainer for someone like me. It enables me to create content. Sometimes, unfortunately, in different locations around the world where you live, your ISP is basically a monopoly, and your choices are either use A or B, and sometimes B doesn't exist, so you have to use A, and you just get stuck. That's it. That is how life is. Not fair for everybody.
The ancestors would weep to see what God has created here.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go over to Calm. Also, your golem may occasionally die. Don't forget to resummon your golem, bro. If you don't have him life tap, that's okay. Life tap is just an extra link there. You may have to turn off an aura to resummon him. Actually, let's do a quick level check. 37 and I'm 36, so we're getting close. We're still staying up to par with the zone level, and that is really good. What is this amulet? I always like the ID accessories because accessories don't have socket restriction, for example, right? So accessories, you can always luck out and get some really incredible accessories. Speaking of which, there's a jade amulet. These right here also are chromatic orbs. When you pick up something that looks like that on the filter, it means you can vendor it. And you can go ahead and get yourself one chromatic orb that you saw me recolor some of my gear with. Oh, there's another holy chainmail. I'll leave it alone for now. We got a lot of stuff. I don't feel like going back to town. Everything's kind of fine with my build, so. Okay, let's go back and vendor some stuff.
Yes. Bye.
Yes. See ya.
Let me sell, let's sell like 2 transmit.
Do you need help with something?
Oh, like that's really good. That has life and has intelligence. I mean, I would like to use this amulet. We're gonna see if we can actually use it. Shield has high block chance. It's actually a good shield, but then I gotta replace my current one, and I don't have the links for that right now. Let's see. Can I just plug this in? Yes, I can. Great. Great upgrade. Take that. Okay. Swift Affliction. We're just gonna start leveling that. Okay, good, 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 good. Good. Oops, wrong spot. Home Stronghold. Actually, let me check. I think we can go grab increased area of effect. Oh no, it's after we kill Colm. Yeah, we kill Colm and then we can grab a new support gem. Yep. We get Vigor, Righteous Fire, finally. Yeah, so like on the topic of like shady VPNs, when I was trying to stream and I couldn't even play games, I started looking at like 7 different VPNs, and the only one that offered what I was looking for was NordVPN. The only other one that came close was ExitLag, but the reality is that some people are not in a position where they just have good internet and can just do whatever they want. Some people are relying on this stuff. And sometimes that's just how it is, right? Like, I had no idea about that stuff. I don't really pay that much attention to it. At the end of the day, I just want to play my video games, and more importantly, I want to feel secure with what I'm doing, and that works for me, right? Like, it's not even a sponsored offer. It's literally a night and day thing. Either I can play my video games and stream, or I can't, right? There's like no other in between. And the thing is, as a content creator, for me personally, I like to fall into muscle memory and simplicity, right? So what does that mean? That means that when something is working, I don't replace it until it's broken. I don't want to keep on, oh, there's a new software. Oh, there's a new software. Oh, there's another one. Have you tried? No. I just like things that are simple, and I don't fuck around with my internet connection. Like I need my internet connection, right? It's just the way it is. All right, let's go back. When you're fighting Colm, forgot to say that ahead of time. Got a little confused there. When you're fighting Colm, what you want to do is not stand near the edges of the arena, because when you're at the edges of the arena, you can get hit multiple times from these little things there. So be careful about that. All right. After doing this, we should have a quest turn in over here, and we can turn it in for increased area of effect. Although, we gotta wait, because we're not high enough level to use it yet. Oh, whoops. Wrong spot. Do.
The way to a god's heart is through his guts.
You cannot use fire penetration with RF or ignite. Now this zone can be a little sketchy, especially if you don't have armor yet, like me. I have virtually no armor. When the mobs hit you, a lot of these mobs bleed. When you're bleeding and you're moving, you take a lot more damage than if you're standing still. So a rule of thumb is if you're bleeding, pay attention to your life pool, because it may be declining very, very quickly, depending on the monster that inflicted that actual bleed. So be a little careful about that, because literally 2/3 of the mobs in the zone apply bleed. It's very, very annoying. Where is our stone golem? Come back to life, friend. Yeah, for players who happen to spend a little bit more time, if you have a flask with immunity to bleeding and corrupted blood, that can protect you and cleanse the bleeding off of the monsters. If you're not running Purity of Elements, you should be very careful on opening these boxes because you could just quite literally get frozen and die, so be wary of that. Right before we fight Malachi, which is going to be the act boss for this zone, I'm going to go ahead and open up my gear, and I'm going to do a quick little flash of my gear and my skill tree to see where everyone else is, kind of like in comparison to where I am. Also, I skipped the essence mob mainly because I want to just get through the campaign, but for players who want to take additional time, remember essences are very good. They're essentially ways to upgrade a normal item straight to a rare item. So it's very good for replacing bad pieces of gear if you have the associated gem links, and or it's a very good way to get accessory upgrades, for example, the ruby rings. Okay, here is Piety. Now, Piety
You've done well, Bruce.
Piety is
But
a little
let's not
annoying.
get above us.
You got to be careful on the laser beam here. Actually, I think I just took the wrong one. Whoops, I meant to take Fire and Ignite, but I took Fire. I took Ignite. You want to just kite the laser beam, but be careful because these things on the floor, whatever those are, they actually cast these AoEs on the ground, and they will do a lot of damage. Piety herself will also do a ton of damage, so be careful on that. When Piety auto attacks you, she will do half your health, for sure. Okay. Now we are moving on to Malachi. I'm going to go ahead and I guess we'll show the gear right as we're doing the boss fight right before. We don't have to worry about doing it literally right now. So I like to hit the waypoint first. Then either you go right or left. It doesn't really matter too much. It's up to you. Is it right there's one and left there's two? Is that how it is my brain's telling me? Yeah, that's what my brain is telling me. So here's Malagaro. This guy is going to kind of blast you. He does a lot of chaos damage. Nobody has chaos res at this stage in the game. Just careful of these pods all over the floor. I'm going to grab my teleport, go back to harvest, and then we're going to go the opposite way. We're going to resummon our stone golem because he dies in almost every boss fight. Shavron does a lot of lightning damage. You want to pay attention to these little books everywhere. The books kind of like implode and do a ton of damage. Okay, and next up we are going to Dodre. Now Dodre has this special mechanic where if you apply a curse to her, she's going to eat it, and she's going to get giga damage. So you don't want to curse Dodre. Also, Dodre is the queen of Venn diagrams here. Be careful of the Venn diagram that you're in because they overlap. So for example, if I stand here, I get hit by all three of the curses at once.
You are free now, slave. I cannot do this yet.
All right. In we go.
This moment, you and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Creation? Rather the realm of the gods, isn't it? Bow your head to your one true god.
Now, exile!
On Malachi, you never want to stand in this beam because it permanently shocks you. I don't know if it shocks you if you're immune. It might actually. It's a weird mechanic. Just be careful on that. Be careful because your stone golem will take a lot of aggro and you may walk into the slam from the boss because of the golem. That is his slam, for example. That's what you want to be careful on. There are these little traps on the floor. They don't really do anything at all to this build. So, like, here's a trap. It doesn't do anything. Here are the gem links we are currently using. In fact, where's our Frostblink? Frostblink can actually go there and it gets life back. Okay. Now we have the triple phase Malachi. It's very easy. All we're going to do is just attack him. When he does that squiggly attack, you can just move to the other side. He is first going to go over here. You want to just throw your fire trap, kill this, focus on him. Most of the stuff in this fight, your regen should just take care of. You're pretty much just dodging the boss attacks. And this little, like, weird, like, little whatever that red stuff is, that can have a lot of degen. I guess the only other option, or only other thing that could go wrong is if you stand on the orbs as they're forming. Where is he? Okay, he died too fast. I couldn't show his slam. Well, he actually did a slam once, did he? That's kind of wild. Okay, let's portal out. It's time to go. Oh, that's right. We hit 38. I forgot. We didn't even put on our new one. There we go. There's NKOE now on our Righteous Fire.
No love. Go where you
All right. Now, walking into this next zone, I personally have noticed a very big increase in physical damage. So you want to be a little careful here with these mobs. In the POB, I think we get determination going on soon, but not yet. So be wary of a lot of extra physical damage on these mobs. To make the physical damage easier to deal with, what you want to go ahead and do is you can use a pure body armor, like a pure armor body armor like these, for example. They will make a big difference with your armor. Or Enduring Cry. Enduring Cry is a great addition too. Okay, waypoints already grabbed. What's that? Chromatic orb. Chromes?
I cannot carry
Maybe I don't need them that bad. Probably should take them, but let's just finish this up, shall we?
do this yet.
Let's go clean up our inventory.
And thank
NKOE gets more noticeable with gem level because RF hits breakpoints.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
But again, if you don't like it, that's okay. You can just use efficacy instead. Why I give players variety and what they're able to run.
Farewell.
I'm just going to go plug in the regex really fast and see if anything highlights. There is, in fact, a new body here, but it's not very good. There's a shield here, but it's already blue, so we're just going to skip and go onward. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the POB. So I am level 39 right now. We're going to drag this over really fast and take a quick glance. So if you look at the tree, we are pretty much identical to the tree. I'm going to go to the next gear set, and here it grabs Acrimony, it grabs Sovereignty, it grabs Spiritual Aid, and it grabs the Block Chance and the Max Res down. Oh yeah, if there was a rare ruby ring, I made a mistake there. Grab it.
Yes.
Yeah, why not? 21 is pretty sure. Oh! Oh, that's a very nice roll, actually. Yeah, let's go ahead and craft Fire Res. That is a nice one. Oh, I do. And replace... Alright. Let's go. You always want to keep up with the attribute requirements of your Fire Trap. Your Fire Trap is your single target skill, which means if you have the choice of crafting Dexterity or Fire Res, you should craft dexterity if you need it for your fire trap levels. With the location that we're going on our skill tree right now, we're actually going to be able to pick up extra dexterity, so that's very nice as well. But that'll be in a little bit once we get over to Acrimony. What did I mess up here? I gotta jump.
I cannot do this.
Ooh. Once you find the quest item down there that I just looted, your next goal is going on kind of like the top side here and escaping. So we grab the quest item over here. Now we're going to go ahead and kill this Justicar guy. And moving on. I think I don't really have an average time for the campaign. I try to do it a little bit more seriously past few weeks, and I think we hit 5 hours, so I think my average time is probably maybe 5.5 hours. 6 if I'm kind of like relaxing. We can see where we are with this character right now. Let's see. This character is 2 hours and 20 minutes in. On a side note, don't forget to hydrate. Hydration is very, very important. Aha! 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 22 seconds. The beautiful time. So what I'm going to go ahead and do, there's a few ways to navigate now. I am going to go ahead and go over to Acrimony. The reason I'm going to Acrimony first is 2 reasons. Number 1, I don't want to get hit with intelligence issues. As you can see right now on the right, I do lack intelligence to level up my Frostblink. Although unlike Fire Trap, Frostblink is not a priority, right? It's not a priority at all, which means it doesn't really need a level at all, so you can ignore that. In fact, when we get to maps, we actually replace it with a level 1 Frostblink, and the reasoning for that is so we don't have to worry about Elemental Reflect. But what I'm going to do with these points is we're going to go and swing up here like this. The reason this is nice is if you saw what I just allocated, we are now adjacent to a 30 dexterity node, which means for players who are struggling for Fire Trap, you can go ahead and allocate that, which will give you a big boost to dexterity that'll keep you good for a few levels. Okay, this is a great place to farm if you feel you're on the weak side. This place here specifically is the Chamber of Innocence. In these like big areas here, there's always a blue pack pretty much every single time. Can Shield Charge kill me from Fizz Reflect? The only time I ever took Fizz Reflect damage is when I had Dawnbreaker because of how much damage it provided Shield Charge. Other than that, I don't think it ever provided me with an issue. I'm going to resummon our Stone Golem, bro. Here are these blue packs I'm talking about. Kill the blue pack and move on. If you can kill blue packs that fast, there's basically no reason to ever kill the smaller white colored packs, right? They just don't really provide much loot or XP compared to that. So I would only kill them with the RF passively. So up here, blue pack, kill the blue pack, and then we move on. You can see our damage has really crept up from the early acts 1 and 2, right? You really get the 0 to hero experience with the character. I love it. Over here, we're going to go ahead and take this int node. We are borderlining acrimony, which gives us awesome damage. And the reason it gives such good damage is because most of what we take on our tree is called increased damage. For example, if you want to see something funny, open up your passive tree and zoom it out all the way and type increase, right? And then after that, type in multi. Why? Because those are two different things. It's not the most accurate thing, but it is pretty funny to look at the comparison. So if you come over here and you type in increase, most of these are lumped in the same category, which means they're additive. If you type in multi, you can see there's much less multipliers on the tree. Acrimony is a multiplier, and an example of increase is all adding together. I'm going to go ahead and label a few, and you can find this on my website in the FAQ. Fire damage, burning damage, increased damage, area damage, minion damage if you have spiritual aid. All of these are increases and they fall in the same category. There is a slight amount of nuance with them, like with fire damage affecting ignite. That's not really relevant to talk about for this, so we don't really worry about it. The reason we talk about this is later on your gear, you want to try to look for multipliers, because you already have so many increases from your tree, and that is where you want, for example, +1 fire gems on your weapon, or damage over time multiplier, or fire damage over time multiplier. Same thing on your amulet. They're very prime stats. Our golem die again. Poor guy, man. I don't know what's going on with him. It's crazy to think how much more damage an Elementalist RF would do in the campaign, because Chieftain is known as the ZDPS build, which he is. But in the campaign, you are a powerhouse. So I can't imagine how much damage an LERF would do in the campaign. I'm pretty sure your RF itself would do more damage than my RF in my fire trap, which is kind of crazy to think of. And that's because of how much power you get from the Golem Ascendancy and your location on the passive tree to damage nodes. The AoE depends on the variant that you play. If you look at my League Start video, you can actually just skip to the gameplay videos or the gameplay points. You should be able to see examples of the AoE there. Give me that scepter.
Innocence.
All right, let me portal out and see what we got here.
Thank you.
So you have two options. Granite provides you with fizz mitigation. Ruby provides you with maximum fire res and recovery. Because I'm not running the term, I'm going to go with the granite. If you feel like your recovery is on the low side, a ruby flask is good. If you happen to have remove ignite, I would recommend rolling over it, because that means that when you press that flask, your righteous fire will turn off. Not a big deal, you can just turn it on again, but it's something to really pay attention to.
For freedom.
Let's get our reward there. And actually, we got lucky. I found a Regal Orb. Because I've been holding on to this weapon for so long, I'm actually going to Regal it. And I got so unlucky because we hit lightning damage, which is unfortunate because it means that I cannot craft fire damage on it. So the next craft, and I don't even know when you unlock this in the campaign, but it would be damage over time. And this says 24 and we're 42. So I'm sure I can use this craft. So I'm just going to craft this and that will work for now. Okay. Oh, wait, did I do the torched quartz yet? I didn't, right? I don't think I did. Wait, did I do the torched quartz? No. Okay. So the granite flask is really nice for basically trying to maintain uptime on the flask. It provides me with more armor than my character has right now because I don't have a lot of armor gear. So it is like our saving grace into running melee because I'm currently not running determination. Damage over time craft is unlocked in Act 7. Even the first level of damage over time is unlocked in Act 7 because that's weird to me. It's a level 20-something craft. That doesn't seem right. I mean, it might be right, but it doesn't seem right. Level 1 is Act 7, level 2 is short. Okay, so you want to have access to that damage over time craft that I have. So I will actually just go ahead and remove that really fast. Go spend a scour. Oh, good call. In that case, I would probably craft an attribute. Yeah, I'd probably craft an attribute because you can't craft resistance anymore. I see you running malevolence instead of purity. Yep, when you follow along with this video, it explains my decision choices as to why I picked what, but I encourage players to follow the POB, especially if they're newer to the archetype or the game in general. But I promise it's all explained in this if you follow along. I prefer a more damage-oriented approach as I'm comfortable with taking damage, but for newer players, sometimes it's best to retain having good control of your character in the form of freeze immune and chill immunity rather than doing more damage. So ossuary over here is going to be our next place. We're going to need this item to go fight the next boss. Gonna do a quick essence check on our damage here. If this guy stops running away from fire trap, pretty good. Is that Jorhos? My brain's saying Jorhos Steel. Jorhos Black Steel. Never even used it before. It's just kind of programmed in my brain. Okay. Just gonna portal out. Give that to Bannon. I guess we don't give it to him. Yeah, we do that next. Right. Back here. Alright. We need to go this way. So we are working on going down here. Down here, is this a skill point? It is, right? This one's a skill point, chat? Or no? I think it is. All right. Either skill point or regret. Or both. Reliquary. I don't remember. It's a skill point, yeah? Yeah. Atula is the one who's not a skill point. Oh, okay. That's what it is. That's the guy who says, "Did you know?" How he like starts the fight off, something like that. Find the rest of the torment. So I just typically hug the outside of the zone here, and I kind of just go forward. 15% more damage from that node. Beautiful. Is our golem dead? Because my regen's bad. Look at that. He's dead. Find the last one. Check our level. We are exactly the level of the zone, so we're good to go. Okay. Let's go turn this into Lonnie. There's our skill point. Perfect. Put that in. Vendor, check that. That has 70 life on it. Probably not going to use it though, although it's really nice. But we do really need recovery. I mean, I could actually trade 24 life regen for 70 life. I'll take it. I'll take it. That's a good trade. That means we just craft fire res. Yes. And while we're here, is there anything else? Okay, that belt is illegally bad. That's not even funny. This needs a life roll. Put life on here. Oh, right. I was saving in case I needed an attribute, but I don't need an attribute. Oh, right. But this is prefix lock. So I guess I'll just leave it alone. Let's see. Helmet has suffix open. Let's do fire res. Shield has suffix open. Let's do fire res. Okay. Yeah, that belt is... Oh, that belt is something, man.
Greetings.
Oh, you got any belts? Like, any belts that aren't like that? I mean, I'll just use it because it's better, but... What I really want to do is use these essences on some of these belts. That would be really nice. Okay. So the rune square... We're going to grab less damage taken from overtime on this mastery. And now you have a choice on how you want to navigate your character. You can go directly to the left of where I'm at for Holy Fire. That's going to provide you with AoE. A lot of people like grabbing AoE this early in the game because like RF doesn't have that much AoE. I'm probably going to go down here to get the bonus max res. Mainly because we're going into... like the next act here soon, and there is a lot of lightning and cold damage there. Also, it just in general gives nice recovery, as you know, by getting more maximum resistance, you can actually mitigate your own righteous fire more, so you're getting more net regeneration by getting max res. So that's kind of nice. We got to be really careful on Kitava because we do not have much armor, because I never made the swap yet to the body armor. So it's got to be very careful. Kitava could very easily smack our character. So that is one other thing to take note of. Our damage should be very good for Kitava though. I'm just going to put a teleport here and activate it. So Kitava has a couple of attacks, and you want to dodge pretty much every single one of them. So that hand, don't let that hit you. Just frost blink over it. Do not shield charge. If you shield charge, it'll hit you like... and you'll just be respawning in Lumbee really fast. Okay. 1, 2, 3. That's always 3 pulses. You want to make sure you get out of there. A common mistake people make is they wait too long and they get hit by 1 pulse and they get stunned and tank the big hit. When the heart spawns, you want to focus on killing the heart. I like to just kind of navigate counterclockwise or clockwise to avoid damage. It's just a personal thing that I do. These are giant degen pools. You got to be careful for them. That's the 1, 2 we're getting out of that. That's the big kaboom. That's a big slam. You can dodge that as well. He's doing another one. He's doing another one. Okay. Our golem bro died. Let's bring him back from the ashes. Let's do our little kiting here. Out of the way. When you're fighting Katava, don't worry about trying to get super close to him. If you have a 4-link fire trap, you can fire trap him down. The fight can be a little awkward to get used to. Now, I also have to be careful. I might not be resistance capped anymore, primarily because I'm not running Purity of Elements. Let's see. Just barely. Just barely. Okay.
Remember?
To Ray class. Alright. First thing I like to do is go left. I'm not personally going to clear it because we're trying to move on a little faster. By clearing left and killing all the mobs in the zone, you will unlock Lily, who is right there. Lily is that person at the beginning of the video I talked about where basically she unlocks all level 1 gems for you. You don't have to worry about going back to that pesky library. Why do people prefer Frostblink over Flame Dash? Frostblink is instant. Flame Dash has a like a cast animation. Flame Dash is kind of instant sometimes. There's this mechanic in Path of Exile where basically if you use a movement skill for the first time in X amount of movement, it becomes instant. But the problem is it's not actually instant. So if you have like very big action speed slow on your character, it won't really feel good. A lot of people, they use Flame Dash for bossing because bossing is a more controlled environment where you're not getting hit with like 32 debuffs like mapping, right? So that's kind of the way that works. Where is, did I miss it? Okay, I didn't get to it. I definitely say top priority for me right now is getting a proper body armor. Because this is only going to last us so long with what we have right now. Oh, Mahogany Tower Shield. Wait a minute. That's not really very good. Okay, let's go and grab that Dex node.
Let me teach you the laws of war.
Alright, Tukahama's pretty easy to fight. Pretty much just threw fire traps at him like usual. Make sure you're kiting, otherwise these things are going to hit you. When he's about half life, he spawns these totems. Go clockwise or counterclockwise and kill them. Always keep moving so he doesn't get a chance to hit you very much. He does these like line attacks, you just kind of move out of the way. Once the totems have been killed, you can resume damage on the boss again and he will be vulnerable and the other totems will despawn just like that. After killing Tukahama, you want to make sure that you go north, not south, as south will take you, I don't really know where. I think it'll loop you all the way back. There we go. Now I'm going to go back really fast and craft fire res on this next place, or piece. Right here. Just kidding, it is full suffix and I didn't notice that. It's still better. Okay. Oops. To the ridge! I don't know why. I didn't know this place was called Ridge, and you want to know what popped into my head? Ruffles have ridges. I'll see myself out now. On a side note, I hope you guys have been enjoying the RF experience. I'm having a lot of fun myself, even though I've done the campaign about way too many times. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the comments below. I'll be able to look at them before the league goes live, and then once the league goes live, I'll be pretty focused on going kind of crazy on actually streaming, you know, trying to see what YouTube videos we can pop out. Also, if you guys have any recommendations for YouTube videos before the league goes out, feel free to drop them down below. I most likely will be making my League Start Atlas and talking about what else I'm doing. I don't really know what else there really is to make. I don't really want to make RF Elementalist content because I would rather make that content after I've played it. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of random theory, and I don't know, it's just not really fun for me. I'm being hounded left and right for Elementalist RF content, but you want to know something that people forget, and this isn't you specifically, I'm just speaking in general. A lot of people say, I love your content, why don't you make things and like play other builds? And the reason why you like my content is because I spend so much time playing the same thing to refine that knowledge. That includes Elementalist RF as well. You know, if you want proper content on LERF, I gotta play it some to really find the ins and outs. Otherwise, you could quite literally just copy my skill tree, plug in an Elementalist, and once you hit the north side up here, you could just plug and play my standard RF builds, right? So that's kind of how that works. Also, in the lower prison here, there is another Labyrinth. You can see it right over here. We're going to be skipping it. Yeah, I'll always make my video updates. That's not really a problem. I like doing the video updates on what's going on with my character progression. I think character progression videos are some of the most like realistic slash kind of not necessarily easy to follow, but people always ask like, hey man, you know, what do you do after X, or what do you do after Y, or what do you do after the campaign? Well, you watch those videos and you'll see what I did, right? That's the best, like the best way I can explain it. Also, do remember for people who are trickling into the live stream, we are doing a long-ass recording video for YouTube. I like to do everything in one take and try not to have to, you know, have any disruptions. So this is a one-take campaign run video with commentary starting from level 1, all the beach, all the way to finishing Act 10. You'll be able to find this on my YouTube after I have finished this run. We'll go ahead and upload it. Then I'll probably be stopping because then after this, I've got to go to the POE Vault section, and we've got to go update all of the POE Vault written guides, although I'll probably just primarily focus on Chieftain and then put like a legacy tag on the other ones. And then I have a collaboration to do with Ziz, unless he's busy, although it should probably be fine. Do some RF collaboration so we can get some more exposure for the Righteous Fire players, you know? Could be fun. Very busy day. Very, very, very busy day. Some fire exposure? Yeah, dude. Work harder, bro. Streaming is play 99% of the time, and the other percentage is just don't lose your cool. Although some people, you know, make a living off of losing their cool, so, you know, everyone's kind of different there, right? I don't think at this point RF in your build needs more expo. Why not? Why not, hmm?
For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Oh, since we have an extra red socket, I'm going to go ahead and grab myself an Enduring Cry. So over here, you've got Brutus and then Chavron and then Brutus again. Chavron, you need to be careful. When she goes up in the air like this, you want to move around or just away because she's going to slam down here. I'll read out all the gifted and subs after, but for now, we're just going to go through and blast. I just realized we actually triggered her and killed her so fast that she didn't even do it. I was waiting. So Brutus over here always starts with a hook, and then after, I guess he doesn't always, but he starts with the hook, and then he starts doing the follow-up where he does the slam. He does very heavy physical damage, so you want to make sure you actually go ahead and use your Frostblink to dodge. Okay, I'm going to go back really fast. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves the Enduring Cry that I was talking about. Let's ID some gear. That has 1,000 armor on it. I would love to use that, but we need to have an actual helmet or boots that we can swap around, so we're not going to use that right now. I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of the rest of this stuff. Honestly, I could see myself using this setup all the way throughout the game. Although I don't necessarily really want to, I could. So let's go ahead and grab our stuff here. Okay, so here's our helmet. There's no RF helmet in here, so I'm just going to grab... Sure, let's grab this one because it could be. Then I'm going to pop in this keyword search. Nothing popped up. Let's go ahead and turn this in. Actually, we don't have anything to turn in yet. Let's grab Enduring Cry. Not Immortal Call, Enduring Cry. Slap that there. It goes on the hotkey, no problem. Let's grab 1 max fire res. We're going to come on over here. Okay. Make sure Stone Golem is alive. Now we're going to go grab another skill point. This is usually when people will say you want to make sure you have good fire res, but I'm here to tell you that if you don't have good fire res, how did you even make it to the Prisoner's Gate on an RF build? We're going to be fighting the Fire Goat Aberoth. Wait, Aberoth. Wait, they're not called... Oh, holy, they're not called Aberoth, right? Are they called Aberoth, the same boss as last Epoch? They are. Right? I didn't even notice that. That's an example of strong boxes being very rippy. You got to be careful with that. A way to counter that is having actual layers of armor. Furthermore, by having a instant recovery flask like I did there to kind of keep my character alive. Aberoth. Okay, it's Aberoth. There we go. The reason I didn't go to the next zone is because the Fire Goat is located right on over here. So we're going to go ahead and find that guy. Are you going to run the Stone Golem with a new buff? I'll talk about the golems after we kill this guy. This guy, you attack him and then he like gets angry and he like stomps his feet and then he gets big damage reduction. You can kind of kite him when he does that. He does also do this like meteor attack. I'm intentionally not going to throw fire traps because I'm doing too much damage. I can't show you the mechanics. So when he does this, meteors start to kind of pop up right here. Okay, no, it's the other one. So he did the fire stomp, so I'm going to kind of kite him here. There's a meteor. Let's see. That should be the meteor from every direction, right? I thought he did the meteor where it comes from here and it goes that way. What happened to that attack? Okay, well, he didn't do it, so I couldn't really show it. I tried. So, as for talking about golems, the first thing I will tell you is it doesn't matter because you're not going to use your golem when you're past yellow maps. So, during the campaign, if you want to be more tanky, you run Stone Golem. If you want more damage and more AoE, you run Fire Golem. And if you want more damage without AoE, you run Chaos Golem. Chaos Golem and Flame Golem are going to be very comparable at the beginning. And then as you level the build up and you get more forms of increases, the Chaos Golem will become a bit stronger. I suspect I will be running Chaos Golem in early maps as Chaos damage is a pain in the ass. And on top of Chaos damage being a pain in the ass, it also provides damage over time multiplier. But they're all probably going to be dropped later. They're just going to die a lot, and then you have to link like cast with damage taken to them. That's just kind of not really the gameplay experience I personally like. Same scenario of people using Animate Guardian on every single build. I just don't really like that stuff. I feel like it's gimmicky. I feel like it's bad for the game even, but you know, it is what it is. It's kind of like the scenario if you played Necropolis League, everybody was basically running a random specter that would give them something. I don't really like that stuff. Like, I prefer for that to be more for minion players and not really for everyone. And to kind of double down or triple down on this, I guess it depends on which way you kind of are looking at it. The mercenary system is going to be like an actual companion you can gear, you can customize. There's a lot of different archetypes. That's kind of cool. That's like a whole entire league mechanic. Not this whole like try to force a golem in every build or try to force a guardian in every build, right? So over here, a lot of people will skip this boss. If you're playing in hardcore, you can absolutely skip this boss. You need to come around, you got to hit the 3 Rislotha's nests. Be careful because you'll take chaos damage as you're inside this stuff. Then you fight the boss who does a lot of chaos damage. So I'm going to wait and then Frost Blink out. She's then going to go left or right. So I'm going to pay attention. Get your Frost Blink key ready. When you notice yourself taking a lot of damage or she looks at you, simply Frost Blink behind her or away from her. Just get ready to chug a lot of pots. It's kind of a messed up fight. Alright, we got another ruby ring. Let's ID it. It's poo-poo. Let's go ahead and turn these in for skill points. Very good. I'm going to just go ahead and turn everything in here. Let's just vendor it.
Good tidings.
Get out of it. Keep that one, though. That could be good. That's actually phenomenal. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. If we can manage to get blue, 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 red on this helmet... Okay. We potentially can run a body armor. So now what we need to do is I need to take this body armor and I am going to quality it. So this is like a 1000 armor body. And I'm going to see if we can get 4 sockets here. Okay. And now we're going to try to link at least 3 of them. Okay. And now we need 1 red and 2 blue. Sorry. 1 red, 2 red, and 1 green. Done. Okay. Now we have a big swap. So we're going to slap on that body armor in 2 levels with the helmet we just crafted, which is... What the heck happened to my tabs? There we go. There we go. A little confusing. This one. So we're going to pair those together, and we can just simply move the frost blink over there. Okay. I'm going to grab Corrupted Blood immunity here. The reason why is I noticed Corrupted Blood kind of picks up a little bit later into the game, kind of around where we are now. You don't have to take it on that mastery. You could take it on the initial mastery, the one we take over here, but may as well just do what I'm doing. Why not, right? So now what I'm going to do is I am going to want to... I'd like to run another aura. The issue with running another aura will potentially be gem sockets. However, we just rolled the 3 red on the body armor, which coincidentally is exactly what I need for the next aura. It's going to be a red gem. So I'm actually going to go ahead and do that. So I'm going to put 1 point here, here, and then I'm going to grab Sovereignty. And again, the auras you can take much earlier, right? If you're following the POB progression, you'll notice that we take that much earlier. And that's because Purity of Elements is a 50% aura and Determination is a 50% aura. 50 plus 50 is 100, which means you'd reserve all of your mana, which means the only way you could use skills is if every single skill is life tapped. And whereas we do that late game, that just puts too much pressure on your gear. And when I say pressure on your gear, I mean you physically cannot use X skill unless it's life tapped, which can just be a little bit tricky. So that's why we take the 3 points into Sovereignty to get that mana reservation efficiency. So we are sailing over to our best friend, Brian King. I am getting deleted by physical damage, but that's okay. We're gonna fix that soon. Our next Labyrinth is coming up shortly after we fight Brian. When we get here, I will make a disclaimer and say that there are stone golems in this next zone after here that will absolutely destroy your character. These stone golems have ridiculous levels of physical damage, right? So whenever they get buffed by anything, they just become outrageous. So you can fight them if you want. There's no harm in it. But if you get punched to another dimension, it's because I swear the stone golems are not balanced in the campaign. If anyone is familiar with Gauntlet, there was actually a time when a lot of HC players were dying in Gauntlet because the stone golem mob in maps would just do the one punch and they would just dunk players. The stone golems have no chill. They just punch the floor and you just die. So be a little wary of them if you're playing HC. I'll let you know when I encounter them. It's mainly like a rare golem with a specific modifier who's gonna blast you. Especially if you're like me and you have no armor. All of that's from the Granite Flask right now. Yeah, there we go. I have 700 at the moment. Very low. Oh, actually, sorry. It's not this zone. It's the zone after this zone, right? I always forget. Is it... Or is it this... There's 2 here. Okay, yeah, there's 2 here. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one where you have to light the whatchamacallit, right? I guess actually you light the beacon and the zone is called the beacon. I'm stupid. I just learned that. Holy. Okay, we got our level up. Let's go back. So you remember how we were on 700 armor? Let's go ahead and look at our armor after the swap now. So what we're going to do is we're going to take out this body. And we're going to slap that body on. And then we're going to take this helmet. We're going to grab the links from the... Oops, from here. We're going to put them in our helmet like that. We're going to swap our helmet on. We're going to put faster attacks, life tap, and shield charge there. We're then going to go ahead and vendor everything with absolutely no regrets, just like that. Then we're going to go to our hideout. We're going to go ahead and recraft on our new gear. So this has a suffix open. I'm going to put that beautiful fire resistance on it. You can do the alchemy if you have them. In Trade League, it's definitely not worth it. In SSF, it's okay to do it. In Trade League, you're probably better off using the alchemy orbs for trading and or other purposes. Let me also check this flask. Let's replace that. And I'm also going to go grab flesh and stone from this vendor and slap it right there. We're not able to use it yet, but we'll be able to use it in 2 levels. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Swap Enduring Cry with Flesh and Stone. Oh. Ah, right now. There we go. So what Flesh and Stone is going to do, you always want to make sure you're in stone here, not the red one. The red one does not work for this build. This is going to make it so enemies deal less damage based off of the proximity to me. And since we're playing RF, we're always close to most things, right? At least anything that's dangerous, which right now for me is physical, is going to be kind of melee. So now when we're in melee range, we get physical mitigation. Not really physical mitigation, just mitigation. As for our armor, remember we were at 700? We're now rocking 2,300. So 7, 14, 21. About, what is that? It's like 3 times? 2 times? 3 to 3 times armor, yeah. 7, 14, 21. Okay. There is one issue I now have found. Unfortunately, I can see it right here. Our Frostblink does not have life tap, which means we cannot Frostblink. So the best way to fix this... You didn't end up using the essences? No, because I found like a good belt, for example. The best way to fix this, there's 2 ways. Number 1, I could just allocate a reservation node here. Not ideal, but it would work. Number 2, doesn't really exist right now. I would have to like redo some of my links, and I don't really want to do that. Wait a minute. No, that won't. Also, what you can do here is you can have some fun. You can see how many blinks it takes for you to go down. So you come over here, you hit the light switch, you hit the beacon, and then you frost blink down here like that. I'm just gonna put a point in reservation. I mean, I should have just went that way, but you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Here are the elusive golems I was talking about that will absolutely ruin your character. There's one right there. He's there somewhere. Oh, he stunned me. He dunked, but he didn't do any damage, so that's good. Where, oh where? Go. Think to the left. Would running a level 1 Frostblink be enough? Go check the MP cost on a level 1 Frostblink. The answer for you. I'm just going to spend a point on reservation. It doesn't really bother me. Okay. It's just -1 skill point. It's not going to really change anything in the campaign. It costs 12 MP. There you go. I just want my level up. Give me level up. I can officially Frostblink it down. Everything is okay in the world. You could do expedition and other stuff in the campaign. I just don't really find it to be necessary. Beasts are like okay.
So dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really.
Regen check. I'm gonna flash my gear really fast for you guys while she's RPing. There you go. So Brian King does this mechanic where he like has ice all around him or something. When he does that, you will kind of want to back away. If you're tanky enough, you can tank it. When this mechanic happens, if you have really crazy regen, you can actually just sit over here. And by sitting over here, you never get hit by the storm calls. So you don't have to dodge anything. You do have to be careful that the boss doesn't attack you directly after you do that. Right? Because you're probably going to be a little bit on lower health. So, for example, if I run over here, right, you have to be careful after this. You kind of want to be healed up, right? So I'll just, like, pop a potion now and then go to the boss. This is exclusive to Righteous Fire players. It's a hidden buff only for us. It's very nice when you're on this phase and it's tiny. You don't have to dodge. You know, you can just take a break. It's a nice, easy break. Onward we go.
Born of ocean's mire.
To the bridge! Okay, we're going to do a short little explanation. Not explanation, we're going to cover all my gem links. Malevolence with Skitterbot. That's not actually linked, they're just there. Swift Affliction is leveling for later. In AoE, LE Focus, Burning Damage, Righteous Fire, Summon Stone Golem, Life Tap, Flammability, Faster Attacks, Shield Charge, Life Tap, Enduring Cry. Then over here, we've got Flesh and Stone, Blood Rage, and Frostblink. And then for our single target, we currently have Trap and Mind Damage linked with Fire Trap. And then we've got Combustion and Life Tap. Remember, if you are following the POB, your auras will be different. You'll be running Determination and Purity of Elements to protect you from Chill, Freeze, Shock, Ignite, and also granting you large amounts of armor, making the campaign just more comfortable to go through at a damage loss. And my auras I'm running are Skitterbot, which gives a trap and mind damage multiplier to your fire trap. It also shocks and chills everything around you, making them slower. Don't forget that Frostblink will also chill targets, so you don't really have to worry too much about that in a controlled environment. The shock provided from Skitterbot is this little thing you can see here, that kind of like lightning look. That's actually a damage multiplier, so it also makes your RF do more damage. That's one of the really nice things about it. I've also opted to run Malevolence instead of the other auras. Malevolence grants me 16% more damage with all damage over time, but comes with the trade-off of not having a defensive aura. And the last one that I fit in there by taking the reservation nodes is called Flesh and Stone. You can't really see it because you can kind of see it. It's kind of bordering the Righteous Fire here. That provides an aura to your, I guess it's a self buff. It's not really an aura because it doesn't work for other players. Anyway, though, it makes it so mobs who are inside the circle do less damage to you. Closer they are to you. So the further to the circle they are, the edge of it, the less they do. The more they do, the closer to you they are, the less they do. This works incredibly well when you're able to actually tank mobs and you just get in their face and kind of bully them more and more and more. Now inside the crypt here, we're going to have to go ahead and get an item. This item is going to be used so we can go to another zone. After completing that zone, you're actually able to go ahead and ascend, which is really, really nice. I guess you have to do one more zone after that. We'll get into that. And then you'll be able to ascend. On our ascension, I'll be taking a different... actually, I don't know what the POB shows. I will be taking the Explode Ascendancy. The other option is taking Ramako Sun's Light. I'll explain the significance of both of these. Ramako Sun's Light is whenever you stand still, mobs have minus 20 res. Have no fear, standing still is very easy in this game. Also, right there is the lab trial. Whenever you stand still, which means when you're throwing a fire trap, you're standing still. When you press flammability, you're standing still. When you press Enduring Cry, you're standing still. When you have an itch on your head and you're not moving, you're standing still, right? This is very, very good because it can happen instantaneously, right? Sometimes all you need to do is stand still for 0.2 of a second to kill a pack of mobs. So whenever you cast your skill, when you cast your flammability, you're standing still for 0.45 of a second. Your RF is doing damage as if they're at minus 20 res. So don't worry too much about the standing still. The main time it matters is mainly when you're bossing, not really when you're killing mobs, right? It also completely nullifies and voids things like fire and ignite resistant. Whenever you come across that rare mob or that blue mob, they're just gonna melt like butter now because of that new modifier, right? Or you can go with Hinekora. Hinekora makes it so whenever you kill mobs, you have a 5% chance whenever you take it, it goes kaboom. That kaboom does more damage than your entire build and can even one-shot early map bosses, which is really, really nice. That is something we're gonna get access to, and that's what I personally like to take. And then I take Ramako on the next Labyrinth. Now, there is one thing that changes when you take Ramako, and that is you no longer would run flammability because you fix monsters' resistance to minus 20. This means that you cannot further scale it with things like exposure, scorch, flammability. Instead, we turn to punishment as our new curse. This is a double-edged sword because it limits how much damage you can do with single target, but on the flip side, it makes you a better mapper because you negate so many, not necessarily so many map mods, as you're mainly negating the bonus Ellie res, but that bonus Ellie res can easily get out of control and make everything take a tremendous amount of time. What it does cancel out are a lot of rare monster effects. For example, Elemental Res Aura, Fire and Ignite Resistance, Fire and Ignite Resistance on blue mobs. A lot of monsters who get possessed by unique ghosts basically get a shit ton of res. It nullifies the res from there. So the Malagaro map we found in the previous zone, we're going to go ahead and use it, and we're going to go run the Sanctum. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm actually going to put 2 points right now into the defenses over here. The reason I'm taking Juggernaut is because we got a really nice body armor, so I want to kind of get a little bit more armor out of it because it gives like 1,300. So we're going to take those 2 points. It's also, those 2 points are very good in general because they give life, so it's kind of a nice thing in general, right? Also, that Mastery has something really nice hidden behind it. It has critical strike damage is reduced by 30%. You take 30% less critical strike damage. It's very nice. I don't know if that's the exact wording, but you're tankier against crits, basically. I don't think he's taken a single breath in 5 minutes. Yeah, sometimes you get me talking about Righteous Fire, and I kind of just start yapping. I don't really know where it comes from, to be honest. The information kind of just flows into my brain, and I just yap. Alright, this is Malagaro. He's a Chaos Damage boss. The only thing you really need to worry about is that slam right there. When he jumps up, looking like he's trying to do like a slam dunk, you move away. These things die very fast. You just throw fire traps, they're kind of gone. He also does that little like weird kind of attack. So there's the slammy frost blink behind him. Right, now he's going to spawn the next ad. We're going to go ahead and just drop stuff over here. Okay, so that you can just move away from him to dodge it. When he's at low life, he does this weird thing. I'm just killing everything before they're doing these mechanics. So there's this thing that he does when he's at low life, where he basically makes a bunch of images. You can kind of just run like counterclockwise or clockwise to dodge him, or you can press your Granite Flask and chug an HP pot and be a Chad. Now, when you enter this area here, Chamber of Sins 2, remember that when you're at the waypoint, the way the waypoint is aiming, so the place it's closest to, is where the next zone is going to be. If you remember how we did it in Chamber of Sins in Act 2, it's the same exact philosophy here. So, I guess Chamber of Sins 1. So now that we're in 2, there's actually a lab trial here. You want to go ahead and secure that lab trial. If you don't, remember, it's okay, because you can just take that waypoint back and then follow the waypoint to where you're supposed to go. But we are going to be ascending right after this, which means it's time to ascend. Now, if you want a little bit more power before ascending, you can actually go ahead and claim some more. You can basically clear a little bit further and get some more XP from the bosses. These upcoming bosses actually give you, what is it that they give you again? Hold on. They give you a lot of skill points. You get 3 skill points very quickly from this part of the campaign. So if you feel a little bit weak, you can kind of just keep on going. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is ascend. So let's go ahead and go to the plaza and ascend. Now I'm actually 4 levels under. So it would be advantageous for me to kind of grind a little bit. And by grind, I mean just kind of go a little further in the campaign. But I'm not really too scared of this guy. We're going to go ahead and go through. It would be pretty wild if I died in Labyrinth, though, because I make fun of people who die in Labyrinth. So I would, that would be something. How are you doing, Seafarian? Our golem, bro, is always dead. Poor golem. Poor golem.
The weary traveler draws.
I can't keep up with the speed of this game. Well, if you're trying to follow my guide, just put it on 0.75 or 0.5. Easy clap, you win. Okay. Get my Enduring Cry. Pay attention to his slam. Frost Blink behind him. Stare at him in the face. Frost Blink again. Frost Blink again, and dodge every attack. Frost Blink again. Look at that. Beautiful. No problem. We are actually doing the campaign guide right now. Alright, let's see. Where's this taking me? Click the lever. Alright, we gotta do this funky one where there's a hidden lever right here. Wait, am I dumb? Yeah, I am. Okay. My life regen is currently 530, but remember that RF is subtracting from that, so we don't actually know exactly how much I have. I'd have to open up POB to get a more detailed answer on that. Is this... I don't want to go there unless I have to. That's telling me not to go there. I gotta keep going top right. Top right! Maybe that way actually was the right way. Could have been, but oh well. Okay, there's that level up. Get some more life. Now, one thing to note, I have done stuff a little bit differently. I have chosen not to get Spiritual Aid. And the only reason that I didn't go Spiritual Aid is because with my aura setup, I do enough damage to not worry about it. Spiritual Aid are the nodes located right here that you will see in the POB. Now, I'm going to go ahead and explain why you take those. Now, the first few nodes you take, you don't actually get any benefit right away from them. However, once you make it to Spiritual Aid, it states increases and reductions to minion damage also affect you. If you don't know what this means, it basically means if it says increased minion damage, it's equal to increased damage. Increased damage is a global modifier that essentially works on almost everything. I almost just got deleted because that lightning golem right there, did you see that little asshole golem? He hit me, and do you want to know what he did? He applied shock because I'm not running Purity of Elements, and he actually almost caused me to die. That little sneaky bugger, I saw him there. I watched that. So the reasoning on taking that minion damage is it allows you to get an extra source of damage in the early game when you're not able to scale RF as much, because there's only so many nodes on the left side of the tree that we can actually take for damage. It also makes it that in the future, you can craft yourself a minion damage weapon as a cheap intermediary weapon, and then it gets respec'd later. Also, in the Templar side, there is a node called Retribution located here. It gives you an extra 15% damage on Retribution, which is very good. 15% damage is basically a skill point. So it's kind of efficient to take. You also get 1% life regen rate traveling to that as just part of the nodes itself. It's very solid. You do want to drop it in the late game, but you don't really want to drop it right away. Why is he talking so nice today? What do you mean? I'm always nice. It's just I haven't allowed Twitch chat to annoy me today, so therefore I stay nice, you know? Is that the wrong spot? Let me see. Let's go somewhere else. That's just the way it is. You know? It's fun when you're just kind of talking to nobody and you're just speaking to the void. The minute you start talking with people and people start kind of demanding information, it just kind of loses the appeal. That's kind of just how it is. This is actually how I normally am. It's just, you know, when you're on stream and you've got so many people doing so many different things, it's very easy to, you just get a little annoyed. Now, this is actually, this is very bad. These mods are very, okay. The triple golem plus that, I think my Elirez is going to get shit on here. This is very bad. Let's figure out what happens here. Surely we don't die. Get out of that. Okay, and I'm going to just leave before those guys can do anything. It would be nice to grab some of the gear, but I don't care that much about it. Okay, I'm going to click that. And I'm going to click that. And I am going to grab Hinakora. Although taking Ramako is not bad. But remember, if you take Ramako, you do need to change punishment or flammability out for punishment. Now, I got unlucky here. I did not get any quality. I like to quality my RF early. I'm going to sacrifice the Armageddon brand for some keys. And let's move on with our life. All right.
My help is...
Okay, vendor this. Oh, nice. We'll save that.
Goodbye.
I don't think I'll use it for this, though. Okay. Let's go continue to the den. Now we have a chance to proc a big explode like you saw there. This gives me even more of a reason to skip more mobs and only kill larger density mobs. Now, if you've watched my videos, you hear me talking about something called Ignite Proliferation. And in fact, in Act 1, you saw me using the Elemental Proliferation Gem. This gigantic explosion that happens from the Chieftain Ascendancy does a ton of damage if you read the node. That ton of damage right there is considered a hit, and it's considered fire damage. Because it is fire damage, it has the ability to ignite. When it ignites a target, they're going to take a crazy amount of damage because the hit of because the initial hit did so much damage in general because it's scaled off of monster health, right? Oh. Okay, got to be careful on those boxes. So when we get into the late game, we're going to try to find Ignite Proliferation, whether you find it on a cluster jewel called Fan the Flames, or you get it on your gloves later from the Exarch influence. Either one is fine, but that's kind of like a global support gem that would apply the Ignite Proliferation to everything that can proc it, right? That's when it gets really strong. Even the Explode right now at this stage in the game is not super good. And be careful of Groost over here. He kind of does this charge, and when he throws, he does like 5 consecutive throws. Oftentimes the stone golem is just going to tank it and laugh at it, but it will annihilate you if you try to tank it without your granite flask on, so be careful about that. Now in the northern forest, we have a location we want to go into. I think is it called the Den? Forgot exactly what it's called. It's right over here. Dread Thicket. Sorry, there we go. So in Dread Thicket, there's going to be 7 fireflies we want to pick up. You got to get all 7 of them, so don't forget. So make sure you count 1, 2. Just kidding, I'm not doing that. So after we get all 7 and we kill the boss here, we can continue onward. You also don't necessarily even have to count. You can also just pick them all up, and I think the quest will tell you at the end once it's finished. Rarity support will apply to Hinekora. No, because you cannot put support gems on your ascendancy. There we go. Deliver the fireflies. Okay. I am going to scoop up this reduced crit damage here. And now we're going to go fight this bear right over here. Now this bear, if you do enough damage, you can kill them before they do anything. There's these like little black wispy things that spawn. You want to just move away from them, so don't stand in the same spot. And like usual, counterclockwise kite him and he will go down. You can also grab some skill points here. There's 2, for example. Let's go ahead and go over here. Now, I want some life, so I'm going to take the big life nodes right over here, Heart of the Warrior. This is when I may or may not deviate a little bit from the POB, as, again, I kind of adapt my characters based off of their current needs, because the end result is always going to be the same when I'm playing RF, but I would rather build the character efficiently based off what I need, rather than follow a path of building, and that is why I try to give commentary and explain the decision making on what I do. The only issue on taking life too early is if you cannot out-sustain your Righteous Fire, then the life nodes you take end up actually hurting you. And the reasoning for this is a lot of our regeneration in the early stages of the game, example where we are now, is actually flat life regeneration. Flat life regeneration, it's not that it's necessarily bad, but it's flat. So whether you have 1 life, 100 life, or 1,000 life, if you have 10 life regen, you have 10 life regen. That's important to understand because later in the game, we will get sources of percent increased maximum life regen, or sorry, just life, like for example, this node regenerates 0.8%. Those are going to be really good because when we get a big HP pool, RF is doing a percentage of our maximum life, but we're recovering a percentage of our maximum life, thus getting much more net recovery from percent max nodes. But right now, most of it just comes from the simple fact of flat regeneration, right? Whether you're stacking flat regeneration from fire res, we get 182 from that, for example. I have way too much cold res. Or you have, for example, the mastery right over here for 50 life recovery or 50 flat regen. That's where you get a lot of it. Same thing with stone golem, right? All of these are just flat sources of recovery or regen, whatever you want to call them. And they can only go so far. So after a certain point, you are going to kind of have to do that pivot. And it's not necessarily like an actual pivot. It's just those nodes become more valuable. So this right here is another skill point. I somehow always forget to turn this one in. Whalem has lost his locket, and you got to give it to him. Or is that the Kashara star? Actually, that's the Kashara star. That's a little different. Okay, so right now I have a few choices on where I can go with the build. If I want to do more damage, I can go ahead and grab the AoE located here. If I want to be more tanky, we can take life nodes. More specifically, we're going to be coming across a chaos boss now, and then a chaos boss a little bit later, which means it's not too bad of an idea to grab the chaos resistance nodes. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. That's going to be the nodes right by sovereignty. So that's going to be these 2, Purity of Flesh. So I'm going to go ahead and allocate those. You don't have to do this. It's just because I'm coming across Weaver, which is going to be the final boss of this act here. And she does primarily chaos. But again, taking life nodes is very good as long as your single target is okay and you can sustain your Righteous Fire. Now, I always forget how to navigate this zone. Tai Killer has told me before how to navigate it, but I can't remember anything unless it pertains to Righteous Fire. So we're just going to kind of just shield charge around, really enjoy the nice view over here. Don't forget to hydrate. It's very important. Look at that. All we had to do is drink some water and we found the exit. Okay. Let's go ahead and keep on going. I want to go ahead and check how long we've played. So 3 hours and 28 minutes. Not too bad. In HC, this is when you check vendors and pivot into Amethyst. Really interesting. I think ending animation and starting animation for shield charge is considered standing still, but when you're actually shield charging, it's not, but it's enough to usually trigger your Ramako anyway, to like create explode chains, so.
Approach, challenger.
We have basically caught up with zone level, which is nice. The zone is level 54, and we are level 53. Okay, I'm going to grab those 2 nodes. If you have a max level Frostblink, I think you can make that jump. I forgot. How do you have frenzy charges? That's from our friend Blood Rage. Now, if you're this level and you're playing through the campaign right now, I will tell you that there are a couple of tricks to getting a large amount of regen. Ikizuru, which is something I should have said at the beginning, is a ring you can wear. It's something like that. That right there will give you a ton of flat regeneration while also providing some attributes. Another nice one at around this level, I think it's 50, it's 54, maybe 50, I think it's 54, is Immortal Flesh. It is a belt that you equip it and you double your life regen. That belt usually stays on most builds all the way to level 100. There are some exceptions, but very, very, very strong. Three. So Crimson, what you can do is you can pay attention to this version of the guide. I'm making it live right now, and my boss damage is very solid. And I promise I talk about progression all throughout the whole entire video. So if you just watch it, I'm sure maybe you'll get some tricks and understanding on how to scale your damage a little bit further. Okay, Aracali's Web. Now you gotta be careful. You don't ever want Aracali to stare at you in the face, and don't get hit by the little that thing. If she's staring at you, she can do this like burst chaos, which does a lot of damage. Remember at this stage, nobody really has good chaos res, so you gotta be careful. So we're just gonna look at her. If she looks at us, I'm gonna move. There's that chaos barrage I was talking about. There's the little X marks the spot. I'm going to move again, and see you later. Act 8 is now open. I could look at the drops, but nothing's really that good. Ooh, that's a nice blue pack. Mr. Mage Blood. A mirror drop for sure.
A mirror of Kalandra.
One of those. Okay, moving on into Dodre. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. This is a very nice zone if you have Explode, because the mobs are just so tightly packed, it's great. And even if not, if your RF damage is pretty good, it feels good regardless. $3,400 hours, no mirror. I've never found the mirror either, and I have quite a bit of playtime. I mean, I have more than 3,400 hours on just RF, you know? I probably have more than 10,000 hours on RF, to be fair. That's kind of wild to think of. Okay, what we're going to go ahead and do now is I am going to try to break my way into the... I'm going to break my way into Templar starting area. I want more life. I want some AoE. So we're going to do that. I could grab Holy Fire, which would give a lot of AoE to be fair, but we're going to go the more tanky route. I mean, I personally would take Holy Fire now, so I'm just going to take Holy Fire now, but I would recommend you go into Templar, because it has a lot of nice stuff, but I'm just going to grab this. The extra AoE is just a really nice complement to, you know, shield charging and just killing everything before it exits your RF. A little bit of AoE goes a long way with that.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay. When we're here, we're going to be fighting Dodre. There's 3 different colors of Dodre or phases, and each one does something different. You hit this valve to cleanse your stacks because they go up. So right now we have green. I don't remember what that does. Looks like you do less damage. So all you got to do is you just click the valve, it removes the stacks, and then she's dead. Now from here, I always like to go to the right way, as if you go right, you never actually have to go to that left spot. So we're going to go ahead and just go through. Now on this zone here, you want to make sure you pay attention at the beginning of the zone. Otherwise, you have to go back and you have to kind of backtrack. Craft. Now, I'm going to leave the craft alone, primarily because Fire Trap did receive a bit of a damage nerf in the throughout the game, so it'll make it a little bit more realistic. It's a small nerf for the build overall, but it'll be noticeable on Fire Trap in the campaign, I imagine. Actually, no, because they just use like a... If you just use an offensive golem, it makes up for the nerf. So if you see that little bridge there, that is the bridge to take you to get your Ankh. The Ankh is very important because you need it for the skill point later. And talking a little bit more about Dodre, the green debuff on you is like Enfeeble. It makes you do less damage per stack. I think the red one makes you take more damage, and I think the purple one slows your character down. Is that it, right? I think that's it, yeah? Oh, that explode was like 5% of my XP bar. Okay. Resurrection site. We give the Ankh to Clarissa. She revives Tolman. We kill Tolman, and she says, thank you, here's a skill point. Great time for a hydration break. A side note, anyone excited for some new Idle games to come out? Melver Idle 2 is coming out at some point, TM. Very excited for that one. That was a lot of fun to play through Melver. Never really got too much into the expansions, but the base game was very fun. On Tolman, you just want to move out of the red circles as they do a bit of damage to you. We're going to talk to her. When we go to town, we get a skill point. Now we just come back a little bit, and as we backtrack, we're going to unlock the next zone. I guess what the racers do is they probably grab the waypoint and then they go. That would make more sense. That would make more sense, but it's okay. You apply a skill point without applying or clicking apply at the top. You hold control and then you allocate it, and it just force allocates it. All notifications are off during the YouTube recording. I will thank everyone after. I see the 50 there. I do appreciate it, friend. Coming back to town, we're going to go ahead and turn all of this stuff in. I will read everything after the stream. After the whatchamacallit.
Bring me back something. There you go.
Okay, let's go ahead and grab...
There is nothing else.
Let's see, where is it? Larissa? There we go. Ink AoE. Back to the grain gates. Now in here, you want to follow the dead bodies. So if we take a look, we look at all the noobs who tried to run RF and were unsuccessful. We follow their corpses. So right there, that guy sucked. He didn't have enough fire res. Let's go on and move forward. All right, let's look for the next one. Oh, up here. Up here? Yeah. So this is, you get skill points for killing these guys. These are the successful guys that tried to, you know, they homebrewed their build and they didn't follow a build guide. And all seven of them died to me, which means they didn't do a very good job. Very important you follow a build guide if you want the most success in PoE. But of course, there's nothing wrong with trying your own build. Just have realistic expectations. Now over here, this guy did not pay attention and he got compelled by the stone golem. As you can see, the whole bottom half of him has been severed. Don't fuck with the stone golems. They're going to mess you up. Accidentally said the F word. The whole video just got demonetized. All right, let's see. Where are we going now? Let's keep going. Oh, that's another corpse. You know what happened to that guy? That guy said he wanted to use Scorching Ray and he stood still and got one shot. Don't get me wrong, Scorching Ray is really cool. It's just the standing still doesn't really work very well in PoE sometimes, you know? Okay, nice. Made it to the fields. Beautiful. Now we're going to follow the road north. There's going to be a waypoint right here. We could go turn this in to go grab our skill point from up over here. Grab it. Let's go ahead and run back. Our goal is to make it to... I don't actually know what it's called, but it's kind of like Solaris Temple. Is it up here? I think it's up here. Yeah. Perfect. Any reason why NPCs give a book instead of giving a point? Because if they give a book, it's been logged, and that way if an NPC gives someone too many skill points, GG can take it back. Let's go grab our explosive impact, and now we are looking for the waypoint. It's important to find the waypoint here because otherwise you're going to get a little stuck because we haven't... I mean, you could just go back from the Imperial Fields, but we're going to go ahead and just try to find that waypoint first, and there it is. So, got the waypoint. Now we're going to go kill the boss here. Let's go look for him. Here we go. At the same time, we're going to be going into Devotion down over here. We're going to start breaking our way into the Templar side. Why did you decide Explosive Impact here? Because I wanted AoE. I don't know where the secret chest is with the unique people have been talking about. I don't want to extend the video any longer than it needs to be, so I'm sure people in the comments will type it, or you just type it right now and people can read on screen. It shows. They can just go get it themselves. golem dead? It's actually alive. Okay, here we go. All right, we're gonna portal back and get your craft. Go back to that waypoint we were talking about earlier, and now go in a different direction. Okay, now our goal is to go over to the left. I think it's Harbor Bridge that we're trying to connect to.
My mana is gone.
Okay, hit that waypoint. Okay, perfect. Now, what I like to do for Harbor Bridge is I just stay on the middle, and while I'm on the middle, I just throw a fire trap at a blue pack and then press flammability. If you see a blue pack like there, you just do that. That's unfortunately a fire and ignite resist pack, so that's the terrible pack to showcase it on. Usually, though, it's enough to kill them. That would work if you had Ramako, though. With Ramako, it would work.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, now we are going to go up and go fight the person for Lunaris. Yeah, we're going to go fight Lunaris. We already have Solaris. Now we need Lunaris. So we have Lunaris, Yugo. You'll see why I say it like that soon. And then the actual boss of this area, and then we're done. And by area, I mean campaign. Campaign? Act. There we go. Act. That's what I was trying to do. That's what I was trying to say. I don't know. Ramako is like maybe more than half your screen. It's pretty large. You walked away from the general? I mean, a good general wouldn't allow me to walk away from him, you know? How many people do you think have ran away from that general? Way too many, dude. He needs to be fired. Gravicious has a higher kill rate than him because he's got gems behind him, dude. Is his name Gravicious? Is that actually Gravicious in Act 3? Or who? What is his name? It is, right? Yeah, it is. I don't enjoy CWS variants, but you can just convert my build into it. I believe that's what people do anyway, no? What dropped? CWS is cast when stun. You gotta pair like 2 unique jewels together and a couple of other mechanics to basically recoup 100% of the damage taken, so you only die to like 1 taps. Something similar to that. Not gonna lie, I am getting quite a bit tired, but we're gonna just persevere through. We're so close to being done. Act 10 is a very fast one. Is the next act pretty fast? It's pretty fast. It's longer than it's quicker than this one, right? This one's got a bit of girth to it. Senior citizen is approaching bedtime. Just, I've done so many campaign runs, and they're not exciting anymore. We already got things to talk about, you know? Let's talk about mercenaries, since there's not much to do here. So, this guy has this one attack where he charges his bow. He does, like, 2 different charges. Oh, that's one of them. Yeah, you don't want to tank that. If you press a granite, you're okay. Let's go ahead and make sure we can indeed carry this. So, boom. Yeah, let's talk about mercenaries a little bit. There's some really cool potential synergy with the mercenaries that you can do. Like, there's a helmet mod that makes it so when they warcry, they cover enemies in ash, which means they take increased damage from basically all fire sources. So that's a really cool one, for example. There's giving them, like, Zoph's, is it Harder Blood, that makes them essentially make also enemies just cover in ash, which is really good. There's the Combs Binding Belt, which makes nearby enemies have a percentage of their damage converted to fire. You've got Leer Cast, which gives them damage. A lot of really cool stuff. Now, inside the bathhouse over here, not only can you bathe inside a house, but you can also find your library, or not library, sorry, your lab trial. There we go. You can find your lab trial in here that you're going to want to do. I don't think I'll be doing Merc Lab on this character because there's not really much of a reason to show it. You know, you're just going to take the other ascendancy based off of what you chose. This zone, however, this zone has porcupines. If you have a granite flask, I would recommend hitting it anytime you encounter these porcupine mobs because they explode. These right here. They explode, dealing bonus physical damage on death. And I would avoid opening strong boxes in this zone because if you open a strong box and kill like 10 porcupines at the same time, you're going to respawn in Lumbridge. The only time you're not is if you have a Granite Flask active, which makes you very, very tanky, right? Granite Flask is like a lifesaver. We're currently up to like 5,000 armor right now without running the term. That's primarily from the body armor and the Granite Flask. Regex can be found in the notes and the Regex command here. Here is Icicle. So for this boss, has a lot of damage over time. You don't really want to tank anything. You can do it if you really want to. These adds do a lot of damage too, but they're also very squishy. So basically just pay attention to your life pool. And as usual, don't stand still. Icicle kind of does this thing where they charge in slow motion. You need to be careful because they can hit you at the same time the other mechanics hit you. You can also preload your fire traps for this phase, kind of like how I'm doing it, which will make the mobs just take a bunch of damage before anything even happens. There you can see the damage of the dots. It's very, very rude. Okay. Also, I forgot to mention our Pantheons at this point. I like to run Brine King. Don't mind all the red. It won't be like that for you. That prevents getting chain stunned. And I like taking Ralakesh, which makes bleeds not really a problem anymore. That's my personal favorite combination that I run. Grab our bonus skill point. Grab our devotion. And let's go ahead and finish this act. Okay. Now, the fire, they basically just do a ton of damage. Press Enduring Cry if you have it, and keep your Granite Flask active anytime something looks scary. Which is basically the whole time, unfortunately. Never stand in front of them, because they're going to kill you. And there's this, like, Starfall attack that happens that you kind of want to be careful for. The fire boss will also do this, like, checkerboard attack. The checkerboard attack, which I think is that. Oh, no, that's the other one. The checkerboard attack is a little spooky. If you see that Comet Fall, press your Granite Flask. That Comet Fall was very, very angry. Alright, that zone is done. Let's move on. The Blood Aqueduct. This is the zone I was talking about before when we were on Aqueduct. This is also another good spot to farm. Although these Stygian things can be kind of tanky and very rippy, it's still a good zone to farm. It's got the typical, you know, whenever you peek the side area here, you will find a large density. Well, maybe not large, but you will find blue mobs, which are really nice, right? This is also around the time when you notice your life regen is not as good as it may used to be. This is where you need to start looking for gear with actual life regeneration mods, increased life regeneration rate, or purchasing items I referred to earlier, such as a Kikizuru ring or a Immortal Flesh, for example. These will all help massively. We're also getting close to the level of Rise of the Phoenix. It's in the mid-60s. So in the mid-60s, you can grab a Rise of the Phoenix. It's going to give you over 100 life regen per second, while also providing you 5 max fire res, which is very, very, very nice. I don't enjoy Delve, so I don't run it, and I always encourage players to run the content that they like rather than trying to focus on what's best. I myself personally like having the screen filled with hundreds of monsters, and Delve doesn't really do that for me.
The dark ember remains nestled deep within.
Why does this helmet have so many good stats? You know what we do with stuff like that? We blink our eyes and say, whoops, where'd it go? All right, moving into the descent, we want to go ahead and find... Well, I guess it doesn't really matter what we do here. We're just kind of looking for the next zone. I'm going to start killing a few more mobs, and by doing this, I'm basically going to just throw fire traps as I'm shield charging around. Actually, wait, is this... Oh, no, it's right up here, right up here. There we go. Perfect. Let's get our Golem Bro out again, because he keeps dying. Poor guy. There is also an option, I don't like to recommend it, but it's Arrogance Vitality. It basically means you use a support gem called Arrogance, which makes your auras reserve life. You really only do this with skills that are flat value, so things like Precision, Vitality, Clarity, and of course always exceptions in Path of Exile. But it's just going to take like 25% of your max life, which is kind of a lot to reserve. It also takes 2 gem sockets, which is also a lot at this stage in the game. You know, like trying to switch out your gear becomes a nightmare because of the gem socket problem. That's a 5 link. We're going to leave that alone. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to use Enduring Cry more often, and that's going to help keep up the endurance charges, which are inevitably going to provide us sustain as well via mitigating elemental damage. Oh, it's officially raining. Hopefully everything's fine, because I don't want a DC. That would be awful. Okay. Here is the Withered Chest. That's not really worth it in my eyes, Fepney. It's okay, but it's... I mean, it's worth it, but it's nothing too crazy. I used to think it was, but it's just not... I don't know, it's not that impressive anymore. A lot of my endgame setups, when I compare the Arrogance Vitality setup, even if you only run like a level 1 Arrogance Vitality to take the Mastery, oftentimes it's just comparable to a life node on certain stats, so I just kind of stopped using it. Are you a fan of Sundering and swapping to RF at Act 5? No. I would rather run my skill that I like to run as soon as possible, which makes the game more enjoyable to me. Also, don't think Rolling Magma is like that bad to level as a Marauder at all. I think it's pretty solid. So over here, we need to go to the Basilisk. We're going to go ahead and kill the Basilisk. And then I think we can go fight Shikari, aka Shakira. I mean, leveling like a Marauder as a melee build will feel better, right? It will feel better than Rolling Magma, but Rolling Magma gets the job done for me. I really dislike the Witch part. I mean, it takes 10 minutes tops. It takes 10 minutes tops, secures you a second Quicksilver Flask, and also gets you some bonus currency / extra chances at finding intelligence on your Marauder. It's only leveling to level 4. You know, you don't go past Mudflats. It's a very small part of the thing. If you were like going all the way to like Mervale, I could understand that being more annoying, or even Brutus, but here you literally stop after Mudflats. Doop. Oh, I never got the waypoint at the other place. That kind of sucks. Go do that. Some runs I can't seem to get enough int on my Marauder for Frostblade. That's why you want to make the mule. If you actually watch the beginning part of this video, it gives a lot of clarity on that. Having the Witch Mule gives you double the chance to get early intelligence gear. You know, I could just completely skip this, the waypoint, and just turn this in. So now, after getting that bottled thing, we can actually talk to... Oh, wait a minute. Can I get a new shield?
Be careful.
We can talk to Sin, who says talk to this person, and then we get the bottled storm, and we get a skill point. That's actually kind of okay. Put it like right there. The Quicksilver guaranteed. It is, yeah. If you're talking about like what we're referring to, you get one from Hail Rake every time from a quest reward. Unless you're talking about the Chemist box. Chemist box is RNG, I believe. Okay, we are now looking for Shakira, so let's go find him. Oh, there it is. Perfect. What do you look for on the Witch? Well, you use the regex, you paste it in, and you're going to look for things like purple blue, or intelligence on your gear, or triple blue weapons, lapis amulets, etc. Although lapis amulets will not fit into my current regex, because I need to wait until they expand it, but lapis will also only show from a specific vendor, so you don't really need to have it highlighted. Oh, I think we're like halfway done with this act. I can't wait. I'm getting tired. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting hungry. As a reminder for all the support that people have been providing, everything is going to be muted until the YouTube run is finished. Thank you very much for your patience.
You killed.
What is on the menu? I don't know. Victoria was messaging me, but I told her I can't talk right now. And she said, not even for a second. And I said, no. Actually, I didn't respond because she knows I'm busy today, so. pussy. Go for a burrito. Yeah, it'll take time for it to get delivered, though. We'll see. Remnant of Corruption. Okay, in the tunnel here, I think I may have missed a zone or two. There is also a labyrinth. Sorry, not a labyrinth. A trial here. You want to make sure you get that done for your Merc Lab. Plate of raw broccoli. No, I like broccoli. Doesn't matter to me. I'll eat raw broccoli. I'll eat raw cauliflower. I mean, I probably can't fill myself up on like a whole meal of it, but you know, I could eat some. I love broccoli. Something wrong with me. I made a campfire burrito. What is in a campfire burrito? Sounds fun. Sounds yummy. Into the quarry. Okay, so on here, you want to run the middle first. 50% camp, 50% fire. You want to hit the waypoint. Then there's 2 zones you go. There's a zone. I don't know. I swear they change every time. First, you got to find this like feather person. Let's see here. I guess the quest reward is like a feather, but let's see. Is it this one? Okay, so this is the refinery. So on the refinery here, the boss does a lot of damage. But if you have purity of elements, you can't be shocked. So you're pretty much totally fine on that. Where are you, friend? I know you're here somewhere. The question is where? Here we go. He gets here. All right. So, same as always, you know, when he does a big attack, you frost blink to the opposite side. I think this guy's spamming like earthquake. So there's like the slam thing. That, I don't think you want to tank that. Then you go grab this, and we teleport out. Then we're going to go back over here, and we need to find the next boss for the skill points. There it is. Okay, now this boss is a little annoying because they invis a lot. You want to make sure your stone golem stays alive here because there's a lot of damage over time on this fight. These twisters are all damage over time. And then they're invisible. You kind of have to bait them out and they'll try to hit you. Thankfully, you can tank the hits, so it's not really a problem. Tornadoes, I think they do physical damage over time. Now we take the feather, we go give it to someone, and they give us a skill point. We say thank you very much, take a bunch of life. Then we go back to the quarry, and we go and fight Trinity. Trinity is one of the most rippy bosses in the campaign. Specifically in gauntlets. I don't know about like regular, but Trinity is definitely very rippy in gauntlet. What Trinity does is they basically get the powers. I guess we got to fight the trio first, but they get the powers of the 3 mini bosses combined into one. Can I say amalgamation? I've never said that word before, and my brain just popped it up into my head. Oh, what did I do? Turn off the levels. Whoops. Yes. Amalgamation. Amalgamation? Yeah. You learned that in WoW. Oh yeah, I didn't play WoW, so I kind of skipped that one. I love when you learn words from video games. Like, learning vocabulary from video games feels so good. I tell this story from time to time. When I was a little kid in elementary school, we had like a spelling bee for kids in like 1st grade or something, or 2nd grade, and I'll never forget it. I was the star of the class because of the last word. They were like, please spell and define attribute. And I'm like, attribute? ATTRIBUTE. Characteristics that define a character. And like my teachers were like, what? Like, how did you know what that was? Like, well, the video game I play, Warcraft 3, when heroes level up, they can take 3 attributes as a level up. And they can choose between, strength, dexterity, or intelligence. So it affects them, it affects all their characteristics. And they're like, what? Like, they're like, what? So it's just really funny stuff sometimes. Like, I'm dumb most of the time, but sometimes I got that hidden knowledge that kind of like pops up. It's great. It's great. Yeah. Attribute. Chevron's Arena. So same Chevron as before, except this time she has a giant ball. You want to move away from the giant ball. It's very bad. Okay? Make sure you don't screw this up. So we went here, so we want to go counterclockwise. Yeah, counterclockwise. Simulacrum. Yeah, that's a tricky one. From MTG. Never played MTG. You know what's funny? You guys should go on Google Images right now, and you should search Tolarian Scholar, and tell me if I look like, or if the Tolarian Scholar looks like me. Go ahead and search Tolarian Scholar. So this guy, Malagaro, is pretty much like all the other Malagaros, bunch of chaos damage. We're just going to kind of move around, keep your HP bar up, or your HP pool. Try not to run on the chaos. Okay. And into the Dodre area. It's very similar. Yeah, it's very similar. Like, extremely similar. Similar. I was in 3rd grade. I asked my mom what critical meant. She said it means bad, so I went years of thinking critical strikes were bad. Oh no. Oh no, dude. If you play RF, it's bad. Oh. So on the Dodre fight, Dodre does this pulse where she does a lot of damage. With this build, you can kind of tank it. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to line of sight behind the pillars. The problem is if you line of sight, your RF breaks it. So if you're playing hardcore, you could bring a flask to remove your RF just in case, but usually you can kind of just brute force this stuff. I'm going to go back really fast and just grab my granite flask charges. And then we're going to go right on in and fight this boss. Now this boss, I typically just kind of frost blink around so they're never facing me. Move away from that. There's also these puddles that just do a bunch of different things. The puddles are they're kind of like from Dodre, if you remember. These scorpions have very high physical damage. Dodge the giant orb that she decides to throw. That thing right there. Try to stay out of the puddles. Again, when the scorpions come, throw your little fire traps down. Curse with flammability. Make sure you press your granite flask. And then again, position Dodre in a spot where if she spawns another ball, it's not going to block the whole entire arena. Job. Okay, I could look at loot, but let's just go finish it up. Sail to Oriath.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Wait, what? It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. What? That's like actually pretty fast. Especially considering all the explaining and stop. What? Guess I'm getting better at the campaign without even noticing. Good job if you guys kept up with me. And if you didn't, that's okay. I probably couldn't keep up with myself, so no problem. I mean, I'm not doing the trials, so I guess save like 15 minutes on trials. So.
I cannot do this yet.
Yeah, I'm not doing trials, and I'm not gonna do Merc Lab because I'm just tired and it doesn't really do anything. It's just like, hey guys, here's another lab that is done. Goodbye. Thanks for watching the video. So up there, you talk to Bannon, you say hi, and then you just leave, and you hope that everything's okay in his life. Then we're just gonna go ahead and run over to the Ravage Square. Armageddon Brand is optional. You don't ever need to use it. You can choose to use it in place of rolling magma with the same links. Oh yeah, the Witch Mule was 10 minutes, so that's okay. Okay, grab the waypoint. Ossuary is a Ossuary is for Labyrinth, so you want to go ahead and clear that. Oops. That was the early int item RNG this run. I found a scepter with 9 int, and then I didn't find the lapis until Act 2. So over here, you're going to notice these big demon-looking guys with wings. They're called Katava Heralds. They're like the stone golems of this act, except they're on crack because they're just so mad. They're very tough to kill, and I recommend skipping most rare mobs at this point in progression. But again, like with my damage, I can kill them just fine. It's just like these guys right here. But you can see how tanky they are. Like everything else melts, and then you come across this guy, he's just a wall, right? So they're very tanky. With that being said, mobs that are tough to kill usually have more drops attached to them. Doesn't mean you're always going to get it. It's just the way the item rarity and quantity works in Path of Exile on monsters. Also, Garf, it's a little hard for me to have a conversation during this video, so if you think that there's an issue, you can just send me a DM. His name was Stink Chewer. That's what he does. He chews on the stank. This is also another really good zone to level in. That's his name, dude. That's his name. Nothing I can do about that. It's the classic Path of Exile random monster naming experience. Oh, juicy pack. So I guess over here, I'll start talking about, since we're kind of wrapping the run up, after you're done with this, I'll explain to you what I plan on doing. On my website on Pohx.net, there's a section for Atlas at the top right. You can click that and see the early Atlas I'm going to have. I typically have the same Atlas every league, even with these betrayal changes, because it focuses on leveling up quickly, acquiring gear without the need of crafting, which is betrayal, and Kirak missions to help assist to go up in map tier. The purpose of it is to also just linearly go up in maps while being able to complete pretty much all the maps for completion. Around this time is when I'll start looking for items like a 6-link, Immortal Flesh, Rise of the Phoenix, potentially a Dawnbreaker. Then I'll move into crafting a Shaper Shield. I'll also go ahead and get an Elder Helmet around the same time. However, of all of that, one of the things, 2 of them are the most important. I guess actually there's more than 2. There's the Immortal Flesh, there's the Rise of the Phoenix, because those are going to be a couple chaos each. Then, from there, you want to make sure you get Fan the Flames if you're trying to look for juicy clear speed. Fan the Flames is effectively a cluster jewel that only rolls on medium cluster jewels, which gives your Hinakora the juicy ignite proliferation. This is something that really elevates your clear to the next level. So this is what I typically will focus on. It will make the build objectively weaker, and the reasoning for that is you're sacrificing a lot of points for a medium cluster jewel. If you know anything about how cluster jewels work, you typically don't use a medium until you have a large, and you typically want to drop spiritual aid around this point so you can fit in the points for a cluster jewel. But anyway, this is not fully the video for that. That will come in most likely my day 1 to 2 update video where I'll talk more about that stuff. Just wanted to kind of jumpstart you guys a little bit with what to expect. What is Reliquary? Is Reliquary it's not a skill point, it's just regrets, right? What time does the league start for you? I don't know, it's usually between 1 and 2 my time, I think. Now this area we're going to, the control blocks, is an important area because control blocks gives us a skill point. There's a boss over here called Valentia, and for some reason in my head, I always say Vienna sausage. You ever eat those Vienna sausages when you were a kid? No shot I would ever eat them now, but I remember as a little kid I loved that processed food. Oh man, thank God I got away from most of that. That was disgusting. I loved it as a kid. I don't know what was wrong with me, man. You know what I never liked though? I never liked spam. Ever. I can't eat spam. Is Barracks Prolif better than Ignite Prolif? No, they're different. Barracks takes an Ignite and chains it to mobs. Prolif is a circle. Circle is better in circle mechanics, right? Ritual, harvest, ultimatum, etc. Chef Boyardee. I never had much Chef Boyardee ever. Yeah. Occasionally, you know, when I went to Walmart as a kid, you'd find like the big can of Chef Boyardee on sale, and I'd get it, and my mom would always yell at me, you know, why are you paying money for, you know, pasta sauce and pasta when I could just make it for you at home? Mom, it's Chef Boyardee. I take it to school with me. What do you mean? Can you play Armor Brand instead of Fire Trap? Search Fire Trap on the website FAQ, you'll see a lot of different questions pop up. TLDR, Fire Trap is by far the best single target. Nothing even comes close. Except for maybe Flame Blast and Scorching Ray of Immolation.
Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
Okay. It is time. It is time to finish up the run. You want to type /passives here, and you want to make sure you have 21 passives by this point. If you have 21 passives, it means that you have gotten all the skill points and you have helped a bandit. The only thing left is to kill Kitava and claim our +2, and we're good to go. It's 23 if you helped a bandit and 24 if you killed all, right? Now is a good time to make sure you have acquired all of your Labyrinth trials and Ascend. What people like to talk about is basically killing Kitava after you Ascend, because when you kill Kitava, you lose your res. But as a Chieftain, if you're running Purity of Elements, you're going to be res capped. So it doesn't really matter that much. Azara doesn't necessarily do chaos damage, so it doesn't really matter that much if you do it before or after. It will make Kitava easier if you do it before, because if you're doing my setup, you would get Ramako's Sun's Light, but alas, it's not really that big of a deal. You know, do whatever is more comfortable for you. Oh, a Binding. I haven't found many of those. Can anyone tell me the key differences between this run and pre.25? They're 5-hour videos I can't summarize. Just follow along. They're packed with a crap ton of information, and there's no way I can talk about the differences. It's impossible. Simply put, if you want to follow another campaign run, follow the up-to-date one and not the one that's out-of-date one league, right? The build itself doesn't have that many core changes. But you don't need to watch this to understand that. You can just look at the POBs linked on my website. All right, drop your portal.
I shall strike you down.
Woo. Wait, what did I do for 8 minutes? I was logged out for 8 minutes? Really? Really? I also want to take a reminder to say that a lot of the questions I'm reading are answered on my website. Remember, you can simply go to the FAQ on my website at pohx.net, and you can go ahead and click it and start typing in questions in the search bar to get your answer out. Now, on the Kitava fight, remember there's a lot of damage that occurs here. You're going to make sure you try to keep the granite up as much as possible, and don't be scared to just refresh your flasks, kind of like this. You always want to prioritize the heart, and you want to try to kill monsters close to the heart if you have your explode. Whenever this fire stuff happens, just simply move to the left and right of Kitava. Careful of these mobs, as they are very angry. They are kind of spooky. This, of course, has the degen. That's the triple explode you want to get out of. That's the full screen. It has fire. You just run to the opposite side, and you are safe.
I cannot do this yet.
From here, we want to just try to get an explode on this heart, so we're going to try to drag the mobs over to it. And there it goes. The run is complete. I will not be doing Labyrinth, like I said. There's not really much of a reason. I would just do it and kind of stop. So this is pretty much where I will end. I'm going to go ahead and flash open the passive tree, and you can see 95% of it is the same. We may have some slight alterations here and there, but I explained everything thoroughly, I'd like to say. I'm going to go ahead and flash the gear and show you guys everything. Then we're going to go ahead and talk about the links. So we've got Malevolence and Skitterbot, my choice of auras. Swift Affliction that never ended up being used. I would replace Combustion with Swift Affliction if I had Ramako-san's Light. Ink AoE, LE Focus, Burning, Righteous Fire. Summon Stone Golem, Life Tap, Flammability. You would replace Flammability with Punishment if you go Ramako's. Flesh and Stone, Blood Rage, Frost Blink. Enduring Cry, Shield Charge, Life Tap, Faster Attacks. And then, of course, again, the Life Tap, Trap and Mine, Fire Trap, Combustion. That pretty much will conclude the run. Hope you guys had a wonderful time. I just realized we're out of Portal Scrolls too. That was kind of wild. If you liked the video, please feel free to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget you can catch me streaming live every day at twitch.tv/Pohx. I don't normally stream Sundays. We'll do a special exception always for League launches, so we'll be live. The goal is 16 to 24 hour stream day one. We'll see where we go from there with update videos that come out as we go. That's it for me. Take care. Thanks for watching, everyone, and I'll see you guys live on stream on Friday. Thanks for watching.